Good evening, model railroaders, and welcome back to the Second Section podcast, where it's just regular folks talking about model railroading. I am your host, Andy Dorish, and joining me this evening, looking at something there, not sure what he's got there, is my co-host, Mike Ostertag. Mike, how you doing this evening?
I'd be doing a lot better if I could get this. If I could get this damn old rangefinder apart so I could fix it.
A rangefinder?
Yeah.
Going golfing?
Yeah. One day when I'm on vacation, starting like immediately after the show. So it's one of those things where my wife and I are taking a rather nice trip to a rather nice location, and I'm going to be trying to get 18 holes of golf in while I'm there.
Wow. So where are you off to?
Hawaii.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. I've never been. She's been there like three times already. So I've never
really
been. Yeah. But this is old. This thing's like from the 1980s or early 90s. It's
you don't need a rangefinder out there.
I know. I just
you're gonna be hitting it in lava rocks.
Hit a 9-iron until I get to the green, and then just pick up.
Just pick up on to the next hole.
Yeah, everybody always asks what my handicap is, and I say showing up.
There you go. And that's mine too. I'm one of the worst golfers on the face of the planet, and I'm okay with that.
And I actually went and hit a bucket of balls today with some buddies of mine, and something odd happened. I hit everything straight.
Oh, that's your doomed now.
Which means I am absolutely screwed. So the safest place to be when you're playing golf with me is in the middle of the fairway. That's for sure.
Yeah, you'll never get hit.
Yeah, you'll be fine. So anyway,
so we got a new face in the studio this evening. We have John Frantz here. John, welcome to the Second Section podcast. How you doing this evening?
I'm good, guys. Thanks for having me here. It's great to be here.
Well, yeah, it's absolutely our pleasure. So you're not a stranger to the world of model railroading, but you may be no, definitely not. Yeah. But you may be a stranger to some of our section crew folks. So would you be so kind as to give us a little bit of an introduction about who John is, your interests in model railroading, and what y'all got going on?
Okay, so my name is John Frantz. I live in the thriving metropolis of York, Pennsylvania. Some people might have heard of it. Some people might not have. York is the original home of the peppermint patty.
Nice.
But, there's a town that's about an hour west of me that most people in the U.S. might have heard of, some place called Gettysburg. Some skirmish happened, and then some guy in a stovepipe hat came and talked at some cemetery later that year. So Gettysburg is nearby. I mentioned the York Peppermint Patty. Also, the thriving town of Hershey is 45 minutes north of me.
Ooh.
So, I know Tom Jacobs has been on here. He's about an hour and 10 minutes from me.
I
have been in the barn, run trains a few times, but I'm friends with Tom. Otherwise, and I get a chance to operate in a bunch of layouts in the greater Baltimore, greater Philly, Harrisburg area, a few times throughout the month.
Yeah, so you're avid modeler and a avid operator.
Yes, love operating.
Well. Yeah. So someone Humanity Junction here says there's a major train show in York every year. Is that true?
Well, yes, but it depends on your definition of major. I'd say at least half the guys that listen to Second Section. If I mention TCA, they might not exactly consider that a major group, but that's what Humanity Junction is referring to as TCA has their major East Coast show in New York twice a year at the fairgrounds, and literally they take over the fairgrounds. And because of that, there's also other, like the local fire hall outside the fairgrounds has a train show too. The local hotels have train shows too. But yeah, there's always a major show in New York twice a year just with TCA. And of course, you know, we're close to Maryland, so the Tronium show happens 3 times a year. That's a hop and a skip. And, you know, I'm kind of in that sweet spot of the Mid-Atlantic that I can do some pretty cool events depending on what my schedule allows.
So yeah, you're like you said, right in the sweet spot for all of the really, like, I don't know. Seems like you're in as far as the East Coast is concerned, that's like the hub of all the model railroad action and railroad action for that matter.
And it's fun. I've had people ask me, you know, why, you know, when I go to the greater Philly area, like I am on part of Ken McCory's crew, that for him, his property is about an hour and 20 minutes from me. If I go to one of my other friends in greater Frederick, Maryland, he's also an hour and 20 minutes from me. I'm in that happy middle spot that it's a nice drive either way.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So you're out there, basically the scourge of the Mid-Atlantic Operators Group, and you're going to all these different layouts. So what you know, aside from operating, what else are you doing in the model railroading world?
Well, I'm building a layout, which we're talking about. I have my side hustle out in front of shops doing decals, which we're talking about. And I also do a little bit of custom work for some friends, you know, kind of on a selected few basis kind of thing. Other than that, you know, I'm busy working as a drafter full time for a decently large structural steel company in the East Coast. Getting to draw structural steel in 3D. It's an awesome time. And then when I'm not doing that, if you're personal friends with me on Facebook, there's basically, I tell people there's 2 things you'll see. One is trains, and that's kind of a given. 2 is food. I love to cook, and I do about 98% of the cooking in my house.
Wow. So okay, let's I mean, I just ate dinner, but I could eat again. So what is your favorite thing to cook? Or what do you think is the best thing that you make?
A lot of it depends on the time of year and what I feel like making. Usually I'll tell you, you know, during the week, it's always, you know, I want something that's easy and quick, but also down home good, taste good.
Yeah, right.
But on the weekends, that's when I will break out some fun equipment, do some really cool things. And, you know, weekends are the time to go big.
Yeah.
So like one case of that is a few years ago, my aunt got my sister and I an immersion cooker, what is commonly referred to as a sous vide cooker. And what it is, it's you basically get you get a tub of water, you put this immersion cooker in it, and it has a temperature gauge and a little circulating fan. And what it is, it's like almost like a crock pot, but it's fully immersed in water. It's low and slow. So the water circulates around the meat and it sits there. And the longer it's in, the more tender it gets. I've made turkey for Thanksgiving before that way. And what you do, you drop in the white meat at about 24 hours before you're ready to eat it. And then the dark meat at about 16 hours before you're ready to eat it. And once you're in that water for longer than 12 hours, it just keeps getting more tender and more tender and more tender. And then it's in a vacuum sealed bag. So
I was just going to say they're vacuum sealed, right?
Yes. So none of the juices escape. It stays in. You take it out of the bag when it's done, sear it up on both sides. You have an awesome, very moist, very juicy turkey that isn't that dry bird that sat in the oven for 3 hours.
I think I got some plans for Thanksgiving next year.
Yep. Make about 6 extra seats.
Oh man, that's awesome, John. So I guess another hobby aside from model railroading is cooking for you. That's really awesome. And cooking turkey is possibly one of the the hardest things to do on the face of the planet without getting it too dry.
It's such a pain.
It is.
It's just a pain in the ass. That's all it is. I'm sorry, but it is.
Yeah, well,
Not fun.
John's figured it out. So, John,
Yeah.
let's talk more about why you're here. So, we're here to talk about two topics tonight. We're going to talk about your layout build or rebuild that you have going on, and you're modeling. It's a proto-freelance model railroad, right?
Yes. So I was modeling about 80% prototypical but quasi-freelance thing, and as we'll talk about, that didn't quite work out. And then it was time to find something that I was very familiar with from when I was even back in high school. So I kind of went that route, but we'll touch on that when the time comes. But yeah.
So you have a nice little, I guess, collage presentation that we're going to talk about that. But then we also want to talk about kind of pairing with the theme of our show, right, or the format of our show. We have the segment #not sponsored. So we're here to talk about Mount Vernon shops as well. So is that part of the first part of the deck here?
The first part of the deck kind of talks about how I got into the hobby to begin with.
All right. So did you want to take over and me and Mike just sit back and let you run the show?
We can do that. And of course, if you guys have any questions or if you want to pop anything up from the chat, feel free.
All right. This is awesome. All right, John, here, I'm going to throw her up on screen. Here we go.
Yeah. So I figured it was a nice night for sharing some awesome, embarrassing pictures of myself. So as I said, I've been in the hobby a long time. It's fair to say I've been involved for 41 years, and I turned 41 in March. Literally, I came about it honestly that my dad got me into it. You know, these are pictures he took of me with my very first train ride. I wasn't even a year old, and I got to ride on this awesome ex-Penske business car on Maryland Midland, behind this awesome RS3. And this is how it started for me. So I came about it honestly. You know, that was my first train ride.
So I mean, you're getting, and forgive the parlance here, but you're getting baptized by the Alco smoke, you know, here at the tender age of 7 months.
Oh, and I wasn't even I was 15 months old for my first ride behind steam. And
that's a 611?
It is.
Oh. That is so cool.
Yeah. Here's me at the thriving age of 4 with my father at East Broadtop for my first time. There's me hanging on the side of infamous number 12 at East Broadtop, Millie, here with my mom, and there's a 3-month-old younger sister.
Okay.
And it's funny. I looked at this photo later and was like, wait a second, that's a RBM 425 shirt. And yeah.
So let me ask you this. I'm gonna jump in right off the bat. We're on slide 2.
Okay.
And I'm gonna derail the conversation. So you've been around, you know, trains at a very young age. How did you react to them? Were you a little gun shy, or did you take right to them like a duck to water?
I tell people that my father never forced it on me, but it was something he did, so we went along with him. That it didn't shove it down my throat, and we had fun with it. And it was also sharing the experiences with some of his friends. That growing up, I was fortunate that my father had many friends from the hobby, and with his other hobbies besides trains, we got around a good bit. And like during the fall and winter, my father also plays trumpet, so he would play in the local orchestra and do that kind of stuff. And he also has some Civil War interests, because we have ancestors that fought for the Union during the Civil War. So he'd get to Gettysburg every so often, and he'd drop us off at our grandpa and grandmother in Gettysburg. That they weren't related, but they were very good friends with my father. And this guy just happened to have a 2-rail O-scale layout in his basement. And here I am at like 7 years old, getting to run the 2-rail O-scale brass Penske Broadway Limited with the full brass train behind it. You know, it's the kind of stuff that'll change a person.
Oh my.
That's kind of cool.
That is
Yeah.
amazing.
That's
That is
really cool.
That's a fun story. So yeah, so I'm sorry to interrupt, but I mean, like you've been immersed in not only one to one, but the model aspect of it for a very long time.
Yeah, and so what happened with my father is my father got interested in trains because from the time he was born until he graduated high school, his house was one way or another within sight of the railroad.
Hmm.
His parents not so much, but because my dad was always near it, he just came to love it. That when he was essentially from when he was born until about 9, he was within a half a city block of the local railroad. And then from when he was 9 until he graduated high school, literally the railroad was in his backyard. And, that was back in the day when there were still 12 passenger trains a day through York going from Baltimore to Harrisburg.
Hmm.
So he thoroughly remembers all this stuff. And that's how he came to love the Pennsy and all the other local railroads. So after he graduated high school in 1972, there was a conflict going on over in Vietnam, and
Mhm.
instead of getting drafted, he chose to enlist in the Navy instead and became a machinist mate, and actually wound up being a nuke in part of Admiral Rickover's nuclear Navy program, and wound up learning that whole 9 yards. He was actually also on the commissioning crew of a nuclear powered cruiser, meeting Rickover when they did the shakedown, and did
Whoa.
so he did
Really?
some very fun and awesome stories. And part of the fun with that too is Rickover was there, but Claytor's brother, who is also the SecNav at the time, was also involved with the Navy, and he remembers meeting him and telling him how much he enjoyed getting the rides to the Norfolk and Western steam trips that his brother helped run. Part of the Claytor family and their legacy.
It's all about who you know, right?
Yes. Well, and part of the funny story with that is, so my grandfather was a board drafter for about 40 years. He worked for a farm implement company called the Farquhar Company in New York for a while until they got bought out by another company and sort of closed the shop. Unfortunately, the head of the drafting at Farquhar knew the head of drafting at Borg Warner and said, "You should hire this guy." So that happened when my dad was 9, and that's why they moved. But my grandfather wanted to eventually become a drafter in the Navy unit of Borg Warner York International, that they designed air conditioning units for ships. And so my dad was on this commissioning crew of his ship. And of course, I guess it was the equivalent of a Tiger cruise, but, also, his parents got invited to the commissioning of the ship. And while I was there, security is really tight. Vietnam's going on, Cold War is going on. So my dad took my grandfather downstairs to the, below decks to the machinery areas of the ship that civilians really shouldn't be in. But there was a reason for that. So he got to show my grandfather something he actually drew, because he drew the chiller units for the ship. Now, of course, the commissioning happens. Everybody goes home. About a week later, my dad gets caught up to the bridge. And the captain talks to him and says, "Hey, I heard you had your father down in the machinery spaces of the ship. Why? That's not allowed." And so he tells the captain, "Pull the drawings," and they did. Look at the name on the block, and they did. It was my grandfather's initials, and my dad looks at the captain and says, "My grandfather knew about this ship before you even thought about it ever."
Oh, that's cool.
And yeah. He had the clearance because he drew it.
Right. Yeah, he had to. Right. If there's anyone who knows how to sync it, him.
Yeah.
Well, and so my dad had this, mechanic background. So after he got out doing his time in the Navy, he went up being a mechanic for a local paper mill, which we're going to talk about. But having that background and enjoying the hobby model trains, Mike might understand this when I say this, because I know he's a little bit more seasoned in the hobby than we are. But if you've ever heard of Bowser or Hobby Town of USA, with the awesome drives, my dad has built Bowser kits, and he's like a green thumb with Bowser kit Pennsy steam locomotives, and he's built hobby towns that purr like no tomorrow. With multi drives, that he has a set of AB Penske E7s with carry shells and a multi-drive chassis on it that weigh 1.5 pounds and easily pull that 20-car passenger train he puts behind it.
Well, those carry shells are like 70 pounds each. I mean, those things are no joke.
Yeah, so my father is really good at building kits and locomotives and all that, and I got to grow up in that atmosphere. So,
cool.
while most guys, they either got a train set or they start with the line L. For me, my father got me actually an LGB scale set initially that we could put around the Christmas tree, and then also, if I was good and could come down in the basement and hang out with my dad, I could set up and run in my circle on the floor while he played with his layout. And of course, as I got older and, he would give me, some locomotives that were, Atherton blue boxes, but then that's how I learned how to spray paint. I grew up loving Penske because my dad liked Penske's. So I learned how to use an airbrush like when I was 10, that he had his own homemade spray booth. And I learned how to decal because my father got me a decal set that, he got me a passenger car set that I had to decal. So, he taught me the basic skills. As I said, he didn't force it down my throat, and we had fun with it. And I got to meet some really cool people and, had a good time. So
that's really cool. I mean,
that's awesome.
And those skills, learning them at such a, at a young age, like 10, that's when so my dad was big into taxidermy, right? And he would, paint fish, to hang on the wall and stuff like that, right? But he had an airbrush and he let me borrow it and taught me how to use it. And I'm telling you, it's just one of those skills. If you can pick it up while you're a kid, man, just accelerates your modeling, tenfold.
And I gotta say too, go back to that last picture, the last slide there. Go back. No, the other one. Yeah, that one. I am so jealous. I don't care how old you are. I am so jealous that you got to be by the EBT-12 because that was before it shut down, right?
Yeah. So this was in 1988. This was during the first rebirth when the Kowalczyks, initially, the community of Warburzonia, asked them in 1960 to revamp the railroad for their anniversary, and then they just kept doing it every summer.
Yeah.
This is essentially when there was still a podunk little narrow gauge short line in the middle of Pennsylvania that nobody knew about.
Yeah. Yeah. The East Broad Top's a pretty cool little short, narrow gauge railroad that, it gets for whatever, unless you're on the East Coast, if you're in the Pennsylvania area or somewhere on the East Coast, the EBT is exactly where you go for the most part. That's your go-to. The rest of the world goes to Colorado,
Durango and
Silverton, Denver, Rio Grande, Southern, all that kind of stuff. But for the EBT that is still, and now it's awesome what they're doing with it now.
Oh yeah,
they're really, really doing an amazing job. And didn't they just run their first diesel here not too long ago?
Well, yes and no, Mike. So they've always had diesels there. When Kowalczyk started the rebirth, that they were, Kowalczyk's primary mission was he was a scrap dealer, and they still have scrap yards all throughout Pennsylvania. So they would buy, a steel mill would go out of business or something, and they'd go buy everything related to the railroad, the locomotives, the rail, everything. Now, the rail and some of that other stuff, they stockpile out the locomotives. If they were 3-foot gauge, they'd go put them in the roundhouse at EBT, and it fit. And so for a while, they had some little Plymouth critters, that kind of stuff. That actually, they even had a Mother Slug semi-permanently coupled locomotive set for a little while. That was all 3-foot gauge, came out of a steel mill or power company somewhere.
Wow.
But they've always run little critters. The thing is now with what they're doing with the rebirth since, COVID essentially is the traffic. They've already done some smart moves, and instead of trying to maintain their vintage equipment, they did get a brand new set of vintage looking cars built, but they're also fully ADA accessible. And, with the increased traffic and publicity, it's smart to get a larger diesel that can pull regular excursions, and then this way you can charge a premium ticket price for, you know, that premium experience of riding behind steam and getting cinders in your hair and in your eyes, riding behind EBT, which this is my first time. This wasn't my last time at EBT.
Yeah, that's it's on it's my bucket list here within the next few years to get down there to go and see it. The cool thing that I think is that they're really doing everything they can to rebuild the railroad in kind, the way it was. You know, they're not trying to, well, this wasn't very handy back in the day, we're not going to put this in anymore. It's like they want to put every stick of rail back the way it was, you know, and I think that's, my hat's off to them, and I think it's amazing what they're doing over there. It's
honestly,
awesome.
One of the things they did, which was on their Facebook page and absolutely blew my mind, is, you know, they're talking, you know, right now it's just, they're on the march to Saltillo, and they're well on their way to making that happen this coming year. But, you know, long-term goal is to refurb the entire line to Robertsdale. And one of the coolest things I thought they did last year was they actually flew a drone through one of the tunnels and did a full LiDAR scan of the inside of the tunnel.
No way.
And there's actually a video on their Facebook page of the LiDAR scan, and they do it like it. Their video production people did amazing stuff, but it transitions from seeing the drone fly in, and then it transitions to being the 3D LiDAR scan of the inside of the tunnel, and it is amazing to see.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Is there a lot that they need to do with it? I'm going to have to check it out. Is there a lot of like relining and stuff like that they're going to have to do?
They will have to do some relining, I think, on at least one of the tunnels, because there was a partial collapse. But, you know, considering the tunnel had last been used basically in '56, you know, it's come to be expected.
Right.
Maintenance.
Yeah, maintenance. I mean, that takes deferred maintenance to a whole new level. That's for sure.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing, you know, that the current iteration of the foundation was formed as a nonprofit, historically based foundation. So, you know, while they're doing things with a modern twist, it's all based on the heritage of the line and what basically looks best from a postcard point of view.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take the show on the road, Andy. We're gonna have to go down.
You know what? That's a really good idea. I think we should take the show on the road.
Take the show down to East Broad Top.
East Broad Top.
Yeah, go down there and do it down there.
Okay.
You know, you want to do that?
Hey, second section road trip.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, but you don't want to. If anybody has ever heard the stories of Andy and I driving back from St. Louis, that is not.
What? That was a fun drive. Jeez.
It was a fun drive. You are correct. It was fun. It was it was interesting.
Yeah, it was.
We had great conversations.
There was good conversation. The book was good. I got to see a transcon. I've never seen a transcon before. So
the book that I got that I never got to open, Andy's sitting there going, "Hey, look! Hey,
I had it all. Well, we're going 70 miles an hour down the freeway.
75 down the highway. I'm like, "Yep, that's cool. Yep,
Mike,
that's cool."
Wait, Mike. So when you got it back, it was soaked in Andy's DNA, and you just wanted to give it a sanitary wash?
I did.
I drooled all over it. Look at this steam furnace.
Yeah, it was a Dean Freitag book. So I mean, So I mean, it was. I mean, you can't really help not drool over that. I mean, I hate to say it, but yeah, pick me up by the way.
August.
Yeah, we'll be. Yeah, they got plenty of room in the back of my truck. You know.
Yeah, we'll bring the Forerunner. That'll be fun. That we could have. You could even
just
drive
put some folding lawn chairs in the back. I'll take the tonneau cover off the bed of the truck and just put some folding lawn chairs in the back.
See, I knew we'd derail this conversation real fast. Sorry, John. This is just too good. This is great radio. I love it. This is good.
You know, Mike, actually what you do, you do a second section central Pennsylvania bucket list road trip. So you can do East Broad Top, you can do Horseshoe Curve.
See, it's nice when other people spend our money, isn't it there, Andy?
It is.
Yeah.
That's what model rare. That's one of the secret like handshake type things of model railroading is your friends spend your money for you. It's brilliant.
It's awesome. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I've been to Horseshoe Curve. That's I wish I could have been there like 30 years ago.
No, you don't.
when it was busy? No.
Well, yeah, but 30 years ago, there was no funicular. It was only the steps. Now, granted, right now it's only the steps because they can't get past the funicular. But I remember going there as a kid when it was only the steps.
Yeah, that would. I did take the steps on the way down, but I took the. Yeah, I didn't go up them. No.
No, Strasburg's down there too, right?
Yeah,
Strasburg's down there. I mean, that whole portion of Pennsylvania is just littered with awesome things to go see. You can't turn around and stretch your arms out without hitting something cool to look at, you know.
Yeah, right.
Yes. So, as I said, my father got me into it, and even though that I did finally get married in 2015 and moved out, I usually see him about once a week. As I tell people sometimes that they see me and say, "Hey, tell your dad this." I'm lucky I see him once a week. I have keys to the house, but that doesn't always mean I'll see him.
Yeah.
But I we're still in constant contact. That I bring him along with me when I go ops. So, like on the picture on the right, and I know I posted this on the Second Section Facebook group a few weeks ago that we went and operated at a friend's 2-rail low scale layout, and he had a really fun time. That I've been wanting to get him there for about a year, and then the opportunity finally happened, and he honestly could not wait until I said it's time to do this again.
That's awesome. Running 2-man crew there, huh? So were you and your dad teamed up on the same crew?
Yeah.
Or
the guy whose layout I was on, he actually back in the day was on John Armstrong's crew. And
wow. That's like the biggest name drop flex.
So and it's funny that he does have there's some equipment that John had featured in his articles in MR that Brian actually scratch built and got back from the estate. So if you remember the war train John had, and they had that wooden caboose number 00, well, Brian scratch built that, and it's back and it's on his layout. So if you look really close, you can kind of see there's some trains up here. What it is, he doesn't have a ceiling, and up on the rafters, he actually has those metal shelves, and that's where he stores all his rolling stock and other locomotives. Because what Brian does is he has a terminal switching railroad, and instead of modeling one railroad, every few months he'll swap out the power and some of the cars depending on what area he wants to do, and then he works up basically some various scenarios where the main railroad interchanges with another railroad. So he swaps out cars, locomotives, railroads all the time, and that's where he stores everything.
So he solved the multi-railroad theory.
Kind of, and it's a really good excuse to just keep buying what you want.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, right? Spending each other's money.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so so we still hang out, we do that. And I admit he still has a spray booth that I use every now and then. He has a great reference library. I love to go and borrow things from every now and then. But yeah, he got me into it, and we've had a lot of fun collaborating on some things. And, he's one of my biggest, he has no problems propping me up in front of my friends and his own friends saying, look at what my son's done for me. As I'll talk about some of those things later. Yeah. So I guess we'll move into how I really got into the industry.
First taste of professional model railroad. All right.
Yeah. So this
Here we go.
This is how I got into Mount Vernon shops and doing decals. I graduated high school in 2002 and learned AutoCAD and was working on my drafting degree, which I eventually did get. And I thought, hey, I put myself out there to a few local architectural firms and said, hey, you want to hire a wet behind the ears kind of kid and, part-time until I graduate. And I did work for an architectural firm for a little while, and it was okay. It wasn't fantastic. It was a small firm, but it really taught me the ins and outs of the architecture side of drawing. And I hate to say it, I learned that architecture is nice, but there's more things I can do drafting-wise that are a lot more fun and interesting. Yeah. So what I did in one of those downtimes is, as I mentioned earlier, that the Timonium train show happens at that point, it was 4 times a year, and custom model railroads would always have a little 4x8 display layout. And what it is, custom model railroads, they build custom model railroads for people, but they also do custom structures. And they had a kit line. They have a laser that they cut acrylic with. And so I talked to him at a show and said, hey, I have this background. Would you mind bringing me on and maybe we can help you out with some things? And he said, yeah, sure. So I actually went down, had a formal tie-on interview, the whole 9 yards, with a portfolio of stuff I had, done in high school kind of thing, and how I was interested in trains. And so they brought me on. And the thing is, so with the laser, Jeff didn't use AutoCAD. He was familiar with Corel Draw. So Jeff taught me how to use release 7 of Corel because it was compatible with the laser he used. And so he had a few custom buildings going on, and then this was his big thing, that he was working on the new model railroad for the B&O Museum in Baltimore. In February of 2003, unfortunately, the museum, there was a snowstorm that day, and some buildup on the roof managed to fall off the upper roof and come down onto the lower roof, causing the roof to collapse. And so there was a big mess. It did take out about a third of the roundhouse roof, and of course that roof fell down on their historic collection that was being displayed. And so the entire museum basically shut down to take care of that crisis. And as part of that rebuild, they wanted a new, more ADA accessible model railroad. The one they had was originally built by the railroad. So with the B&O Museum itself, originally the B&O Railroad founded the museum at their first passenger station in Mount Clair section of Baltimore on Pratt Street. And that's where they kept their historical collection. And eventually the railroad, the museum became under the administrative ownership of Chessie and then later CSX, until they turned it over to an actual museum staff and it was reorganized as a museum. But, of course, CSX Corporate is still very heavily involved with the museum because it is their access to the outside world, but also in its contributions in making sure that historically significant pieces of equipment get donated. But as part of that, they had a model railroad that was originally put in by the B&O Railroad employees at the museum, but it was in a second floor, not ADA accessible. So they wanted a new layout to do that. So they actually said, here's one of our old coaches, design a model railroad that'll fit in the coach. So you're seeing both ends of a coach that was basically tubed out and gutted. They refinished the floor, put a new concrete floor in, did put in modern electric, hooked it up permanently to, landline electric and all that good stuff. And this layout was designed to fit inside the vestibule doorway of a passenger car and then be assembled at its full length. But, the layout was based on Baltimore. So there's some cool things we did that, like library, this is the B&O warehouse at Camden Yards. On the other side of this, prototypically now, is where the baseball stadium is that the Orioles play.
Yeah.
So this warehouse was actually documented as part of the Library of Congress's Historic American Building Survey, Historic American Engineering Record, and the plans for that are online through Library of Congress. So we could download the plans, trace them, and then scale it down to HO. So this was literally traced on top of the plans from the original warehouse. Now, this is only 3.5 feet long, which is half of what it would be in HO at full prototypical length. But it's enough to make it work. Same thing. This is actually the Camden station. These plans are available online via the Library of Congress, so I could take that and trace it, and we did things that way. Wow. But that's how I learned. I learned to use Corel and that kind of stuff. So
that's all laser cut acrylic.
Yeah. So all this is laser cut acrylic with brick sheet with pressure sensitive adhesive attached to the back, and then you peel it off, stick it on the acrylic, and then like where the archways are that's a hole in the acrylic, and you cut out the brick. And then, it's layers of, you build up layers to make it look like that.
Wow. That's cool. That's
so cool.
Yeah.
But then there's other stuff. This is a standard Walters kit. Same thing with this. That there's certain details like the fans are added to make it look a little different.
Mhm.
I remember one of the tasks we did here was we actually built a bunch of the small state tool and die hot metal cars, and we wired the trucks, but also put a resistor in it that it lit up, and we took circles of acrylic painted orange that it only lit up like it was hot metal in the cars going one way on the track, and it had a back and forth circuit set up and that kind of fun stuff for it's a show layout.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is how I got my start to getting paid to do this professionally.
Wow.
And of course, I learned Corel. He had the laser. So then I asked and said, "Hey, do you mind if I do something on the side?" So he was, "Yeah, sure, whatever, as long as you pay me for the time and the materials." So I thought about, I want to do this. What do I name my business? I'm grew up loving the Pensy, and there were some options, but some things were already taken. And I was like, well, let's see. CMR was in the Hamden section of Baltimore, and near there was the original location of the Mount Vernon shops of the Northern Central Railroad. So it just kind of fit. And that being said, I've had this question about every few years that people ask me, am I the brass dealer? And no, I'm not the brass dealer. I had no idea they existed because I was just some 19-year-old kid. I knew what brass was, but had never heard of Mount Vernon shops as the dealer in the Midwest. And, these things happen, and
well, truth be told, I live in the Midwest and I haven't heard of them. So.
Mount Vernon shops, he was in Illinois around the Silvis area, I believe. But I know he isn't around anymore. But again, these things happen when you don't have that experience yet knowing everybody. So then my first kit, do something local to home. So this is the Pensy's York Tower. And this is a model actually my father built as my pilot. That I finally came out with this kit in 2007 for $70. And this replicates York. This is actually where the interchange is. This rail line you see back here is actually the start of the Maryland Pennsylvania Railroad in York, where it interchanges with the Pensy. So this is my first kit.
And what's that made out of?
Again, this is all laser cut acrylic that I actually had laser cut all those bricks out for me.
Unbelievable.
That's all laser engraving. And again, all this is built up with layers. That's all flat acrylic sheet.
Wow,
that's incredible.
So then from there,
and you nailed that. You nailed the prototype. Sorry, John. Just want to comment. You nailed it.
Well, and so I had some, as you do, I joined the Pensy Historical Society in 2003. My father was still in their board of directors at the time, and I got the, join their online chat groups and all that. And I got to be friends with some really good, really, really cool people. And one of them said, "Hey, what about this tower that's only, 30 minutes from you?" And this was the tower at Columbia along their Columbian Port Deposit. It was a freight-only electrified line that went from Harrisburg to Baltimore via basically along the east bank of the Susquehanna River. And my friend models Columbia and that surrounding area during World War II. And he said, "John, I would love it if you did this tower." So I said, "Well, let's see, Bruce." And went over there with, measuring stick and just sort of taking measurements and, counting bricks and doing all that. And this was my second kit.
I like the basement windows.
Yes.
Well, those basement windows are amazing little detail.
And that's the thing, Mike, vintage pictures, but here it is now that they did fill all these in. This will seem funny. Looking at this now, it's nothing but a giant brick relay cabinet.
Well, that makes sense.
My old eyes couldn't see. Like I was looking at, did they board the windows up in the corner there, or did they brick them? And it looks
all the windows were bricked up. Conrail took this out of service as a man tower in the mid '80s, And at that point, they bricked up all the windows, and now this is basically remotely controlled interlocking from down in Georgia now, I believe, as a little blip on their map. But yeah, it's they still have some maintainers that go out there and do stuff, but it's basically a glorified relay shed now for the railroad.
Wow,
that's cool.
Again, you nailed it.
Yeah, nailed it.
So then next, I wanted to pop out some more fun things for me. I did this interior kit for my, I did the interior kit for my York Tower with the Armstrong style levers. I mean, also in York, they had the Penske built this brick scale house. So I thought this would be cool, nice little, small structure to do. I did that for me. Again, it's just figuring out the layers, how you want everything to go together. And it's, not just drawing this and getting cut in the laser. I was writing instructions, taking pictures for the Cola Tower kit. I even included a CD of pictures for everybody that bought the kit, so they could see the entire all sides of the tower, what it looks like, vintage pictures. I knew as a modeler, when you get something, you want the most amount of information to come with it. So that was kind of the baseline for when I moved into doing decals, that I've become known for making sure I have very well-researched product.
I suppose that scale house is one of those things where I built that for you. You chose one person, and then 30 people wanted it.
Yeah, and it's it was also kind of fun because many people were familiar that the Penske had a wood design, but not the brick one. And then they saw this, and right about this time was also when Walthers brought out their HO scale track scale section. And I basically told people, buy that, and then buy the kit, and then you can Penskeize it.
There you go.
Yeah.
So then, while I was doing this, I had a few people talk to me about, hey, can you possibly draw some things up? And one of the things that kind of fascinated me was my dad had this really small car. And it was a scale test car. And I thought, he really didn't have any good decal sets available for it. My dad being the resourceful guy he was back in the day, with Champ, he just pieced together a bunch of stuff and made something that looked good. Whereas the Penske Society does have lettering diagrams for this kind of thing. And I had models, so I bought the lettering diagrams, and this was my first set. And it was funny that I really cut my teeth here with printing decals that Ron Roberts at Rail Graphics did these for me. I drew everything up. He gave me his sheet size. I made it all fit. And I sent the proof to Ron. And he calls me and goes, John, there's some of this I can't do. And I go, what do you mean? And he said, so like this little plate here, basically what it reads is, do not mess with the scale under any circumstances. If there's any issues, call the scale inspector. And he goes, John, it's, and Ron calls me, tells me, John, it's a blob. You can't read it. And I had to explain to Ron, nobody cares. The blob means something. As long as you think it's there, it's there. Give me the blob on the sheet. And he did. And, this is one of those eye tricks that your eye tells you, oh yeah, there's definitely something there. It might not be readable, but trust me, it's there, and it's right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's the 3 feet away rule, right? Like,
yeah. What's really cool is the fact that I can't stop looking at the fact that there's 2 different types of scale test cars in that picture. I'm like, the one that you did and have there,
and then the one behind it,
and then the one that's bigger right behind it.
Yeah.
I'm like, holy mackerel. That's kind of, because you usually don't see 2 of them together like that. They're usually,
Mike, a lot of it depends on the era. In this case, when the Penske moved their scale cars around, what I know the Penske did, and the B&O did this too, is they usually moved scale cars as a pair at the same time, because this way you test your scale to 2 different weights to make sure it's properly calibrated.
Oh, interesting.
So the scale car you're actually seeing in the background here. So let me point this out first. As you see here, the build date on this standard model that most railroads had is an 80,000 pound car, and this was built in 1917 by the Penske, but it was a standard scale car design.
Is that the one that Walthers did?
Yes.
Okay.
And the Penske had multiple versions of scale cars. The actually one behind it here. So this car was built in 1917 with the sloped sides, all cast metal with the doors on it. This car behind it that I don't have show in this full picture was built in 1898 and was a 40,000 pound test car with old scale non-roller bearing, friction bearing bolsters. And again, it's a scale test car. You don't want anything that'll vary the weight, so it's still straight air. But that's one of these things that, at least on the Penske, these usually traveled around, and I know this happened on the B&O as well, as a pair, so this way they can make sure the scale is properly calibrated.
I learned something today.
Yeah. Were those rear riders or no rear ride? Because they didn't have brakes, did they?
No,
they would.
So there's written on the side here, to be hauled on rear of train, which meant in front of the caboose. So this way, with straight air, this way, if something ever happened, there was still a caboose there to cut off the air and stop the train. But yeah, these are rear riders with a speed restriction if they were in the train.
Wow. That's awesome.
Don't tell my son that.
Oh, jeez.
But to bring this full circle with operating, I do plan to have that brick scale house on my model railroad, and I do plan to have a scale car show up because you have to calibrate that scale. This is a great operational thing that you can add. Every year or something, this shows up, and it's a pain in the butt to cruise, but it's a prototypical operation.
Yeah.
So this was the first set I did. Doing Penske with that. And next thing you know, 17 years later, I have over 120 decal sets and over 20 different flavors and NHO, S, and O scale.
Wow.
That is cool.
That is awesome.
So where can we find you're on the internet, correct?
Yes. So I have a website, which is www.mountVernonshops.com.
Okay. I'm going to put it in the chat here.
And then also I do have a Facebook page, which is, Mount Vernon Shops, or I believe the URL tag is actually MVS Decals.
It is.
Now the Facebook page, that's a mix of announcing new product, but also talking about some of the other cool things I get to work on, or some things I have in development, or partnerships I have. Whereas my website, that's where you go to buy things, and it's all there. I do have some things, unfortunately, are out of stock, but I do work on bringing things back in stock as time, money allow. And I'm always working on new things. Right now, I have, just for me, I have about 5 sets in development that are going to get released this year that are new, never been done before. And it's just, I've been so busy that they haven't been turned out yet. But it's, there's Penske stuff ranging from the 50s all the way up through the mid 60s. I'm working on some really fun Penn Central and Conrail stuff right now, and a few other fun bits and pieces for more Mid-Atlantic railroads. And of course, as always, I'm doing custom stuff for myself, some friends, in all scales.
Brian Carlson says, John, need B&O gone decals.
Yeah, and look at what Andy Gerber just said. And it's funny that he brought that up because of the fact that we were pre-show, we were just talking about the Mod, and the fact that they came in, we'd get Maryland and Pennsylvania boxcars up here in Green Bay. So, I mean, it was going to need a couple of best scale Mod cars.
Well, and I'll tell you guys, it is fun. I know Andy saw I did promote tonight's podcast before I came on, and I know that's probably one of the reasons Brian is on tonight. Brian's known me for a long time, and he's one of my loyal customers. So he knows the right buttons to push to say, "Hey, John, can you do this?" And I get a care package of builders photos and that kind of stuff in my inbox from all kinds of people.
Yeah,
that's pretty.
It's always nice when you get that subtle push, isn't it?
and we're happy to facilitate that here.
People always ask me, "Hey, can you do this?" I said, "Well, it'd be really nice." And next thing I get like 20, a bunch of emails and picture, drawing. I said, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
So, one of the cool things that I've done is, I'm a modeler. I understand what people want. They want it to be right. They want the research behind it. About a year ago, you had Matt Herman on here from 3D Central.
Right.
And I know at the time you guys talked about, the cool things you can do now is, somebody 3D prints a car. It's pretty easy then to find somebody like me that can do decal sets. So the F41, the Penske F41 flat car that Adam Shilcoat with Plate C Model Works did, Adam, at that point, we didn't know each other, and he messaged me and said, "Hey, I heard you can do decals. What do you need?" And I said, "Give me an elevation of the side of the car with a measurement on it, and then I can scale it." And that's what I did here in the bottom. These are literally the elevation views from his 3D software that he gave me, and then I literally drew on top of it. So this way I made sure everything fit. Here's a prototypical lettering diagram I also got. And of course, I harvest all the photos I can find from online. There's always variations. Despite what the diagram may show, that doesn't mean it was put on the car. And sometimes you find that out the hard way. But part of that research is, here's the roster for the Penske as built. That initially they had over 1,200 cars, and I've done deep dives. One of the sets I'm going to be coming out with hopefully this summer is actually for the Penske F41A, which is this flat car with bulkheads on it. And I want to digging through the equipment register, and because the 41As were randomly selected from this series, I actually found, those notes after all the, the roster listing of the cars. It's all those notes for cars specifically to sign to this service. I actually did do a chart, and it's going to be included in my instructions of car for car. These numbers were this class of car. So this way you can make sure you do something that's correct.
Dang. Taking it to the next level. Oh, what's this?
No kidding. Oh, wow.
So as I say, they're well researched too. So you buy a few. So this was my paste up and layout for the F41 sets. This is kind of my line of demarcation. This is a standard microscale custom size decal sheet of 7 3/4 inches by 4 3/4. The lower part here covers all the Penske schemes, and this is my roadmap, which I include on the decals to show you this is the schemes applied to that class of car. Also, as a modeler and an operator, you'd appreciate this, that I always include more than one reweigh location and more than one reweigh date. So this way, depending on what you model, there's some variation here. You might not always model the same place on the Penske. So this way, if you model the Western reaches, and in the instructions, I make sure to say that this scale code is this scale location on this railroad. So
you can really dial it in.
Yeah. So I make sure to, I had a very good friend of mine I met through the Penske Society. Unfortunately, we lost him to COVID, but he was also one of the big movers and shakers in the RPM movement, and was also very infamous at the Cocoa Beach RPM for actually hosting the shake and takes. And that was Greg Martin. Greg Martin always said, "Feed your head." And that's a motto I like to live by, especially with my decals, that I always like to make sure my customers are properly educated. So this way they don't have any doubt of what they're buying and what they're putting on their model to make sure it's right.
I love that.
Those no doubt made it all the way to the Conrail era, right? According to that decal sheet you had?
Yes. So some cars stayed in Penske, like this one you see here. This is in my modeling sweet spot of the mid to late 70s. Some of these did get repainted in Penn Central and Conrail, and that's everything up here covers Penn Central and Conrail schemes, because part of the fun of Conrail and even Penn Central was some stuff got repainted and then it got renumbered. Some stuff in Conrail got renumbered but never repainted. So you had a Penn Central green F41 with Conrail block marks, but Penn Central slant numbers on it. And, I also have the regular can opener, what we refer to as the anemic can opener logo here. And all the variations, there's loop stencil variations. I make sure it's all here and it's all photo based. Wow. The roster here of the combined roster, again, is all from equipment register research. That the line said this, so I copied it down, and this way, when somebody buys it, they can say, okay, at this point, because of renumberings, this is a block.
I'm
Wow.
just looking at my OEOR.
I know.
I can see it right there.
There's
1980.
3 of them for crying out loud.
Yeah, I got mine for 1980 and 86.
Yeah, I have my 8 are like over there, and I have like a dozen more that are just PDFs. But I have up through 86 or so just to cover the good stuff.
Yep.
Because with talking about the F41, I do like to hit the RPM circuit, and usually I will give a talk. So one of the talks I prepared last year and gave at a bunch of places was about the Penske flat car fleet. But I also talked about what happened after the end of Penske, and I did the equipment register research, did a roster showing this is what the car was in Penske, this is what it got renumbered to, and then when it got Conrail marks, and if it lasted into essentially the mid 80s, and I included all of that in my clinic, and then gave that as a handout. Because
these would have hit their 50. These would have hit their 50-year mark at what, like 1985, 88, somewhere in there?
Actually, the 41s were built starting in 53, and the last batch was built in 59. So they're 50. They actually started getting retired at their 40 year. The ones that still exist, there's one in shop service at Altoona Works for NS, moving hoods back and forth between the shops. And I know, talking from some friends that work for the Brandywine Valley Railroad, and also up until recently worked at the plant in Coatesville, Lukens, that they had some in interplant service at Lukens, but that wasn't the oldest flat car they had in their interplant fleet for moving things around the steel mill.
Wow.
Yeah. And some of these still exist in maintenance away service on NS, I think. These are a very much signature and token looking car because it wasn't a standard GSC deck arrangement. That if you're looking at it, I don't have a picture here because I care about, for decals, I care about the sides, not the deck. But,
right.
That on the deck arrangement of how the integral steel was with the bolster is very easy to identify and pick these cars out. That some of these, I know some of these did get preserved have been saved in preservation in various states. But yeah, they're not around much anymore. So, and also, I'm a modeler, and I get it that, I make sure to be fair with my pricing that, when you're painting and decaling a fleet, it can get pretty expensive. Look at the old Champ sets. You were lucky to get 2.5 cars out of a Champ envelope, and they were $5. So I try and be fair with my pricing based on, everything I provide and the research I include. So the way I typically price things in HO, at least, is, and scale as well, is that if it does 1 car, it's $5. 2 cars, it's $7. For 3 to 6 cars, it's $9. And then if the set does more than 6 cars, such as this Penske cabin car set on the right that does 18 cars, I price it based on what it does. So in this case, it did 18 cars, and I said it's $18. But you get 18 cars worth of data on this set. So people refer to these as my monster sets.
It's a lot of decals.
Yeah. And again, this is my roadmap included in the set. So I have all the different region assignments. There's lettering specific to certain classes, and also pre-built numbers here for certain classes. And of course, the way this also works is you include the roster data, and people can mix and match to do their own number if they want to as well.
I think this is fantastic. It's one of the things too, like if you can't find all of the right photo from the right, let's say like you're on Railroad Picture Archives or whatever, and you can't find the right photo, but where the decals are supposed to go, your map would help them get the right car essentially.
Yeah, and I'm very familiar with Fallen Flags, Railroad Picture Archives, rail car photos, And of course, I have a bunch of Morning Sun books, and then I have friends with private collections that sometimes they'll say, "Hey, I'm doing this. Do you have anything?" And I know the right people to ask. It's kind of like when I was getting started in doing my Pensy decals. There was a guy in Jersey called Bill Lane that he was a Pensy fan, and he actually went over to the Hagley Library in Delaware and took copy shots of all of their Pensy builders photos. So when it came to time to doing stuff, I'd email Bill and say, "Hey, do you have this for me?" And he'd email it to me. Now eventually he did say, "Hey, John, I'm sending you all this stuff. Can you do some things for me?" And we came to an agreement, and I worked some things out, and it's the way we worked. But it also introduced me to S-Scale, which I know would make Mike happy. And I've gotten to meet some fun S-Scale guys outside of Bill that aren't as crazy with a South Jersey accent as Bill. But it's helped expand my horizons into something that's only 25% bigger than what I do.
That's right.
So part of the fun of doing decals and graphics is I've done some full-size modeling, as I show you here. That in this case, this is a P&LE bay window caboose that is at the Railroad Museum of Pennsylvania in Strasburg. I have some very good friends that are involved with the museum, and one of them is actually the head of the restoration committee for the Friends of the Railroad Museum, which is the nonprofit group that supports the museum and its efforts there. And he knew I could do graphics and stuff, and he says, "Hey, John, if I give you the right stuff, can you do this for me?" So actually, this past Saturday, I dropped off full-size lettering for a Pensy steam locomotive at the restoration shop.
What?
But yeah. So in this case,
how much microsol would you need to put that?
We're talking gallons.
I'm just joking.
Andy, I always joke and tell people that if you do full-size decals, you get the backpack weed sprayer deal, or for when you weeds, you need to get one of those and fill it with microsol and use that to spray down your decal.
Actually, what would be really cool is get one of those like right next to the car when it's not painted, and have like a dummy one of those made up, and have one of those blow up little rectangle swimming pools, and then just filled with water, and have that thing sitting there with two guys with look like giant tweezers trying to pull it out of there and try to put it up on the car. That'd be kind of, never mind.
That's it. We've derailed.
Well,
it's so fun. That'd be a good publicity photo.
Well, and part of the fun though is, so I've gotten to be very good friends with people at Stratford Museum and the restoration shop that I'm kind of at the point I let them know I'm coming, but when I come in, I just park in the back where all the staff parks. I walk right in the shop, and they go, "Oh, John, you're here. I'll go get him." And they get out. They're head of the restoration shop for me. And it's been a really great relationship, And what they also do is, like with the instance of the P&LE cabooses, they tell me, "John, I want stencils because I'm going to paint everything on here." So it's the fun of drawing it all up and then doing a margin and then getting my vinyl guy to print these little extra with the stencil cuts on it. So very true.
It is. That's
Turbo 14 unit. That's top drawer right there.
Yeah. But if you think that's hard, it's really hard to get them back up on the rails after they lay over.
Well, that's a lot of gloss coat you got to put on there too, so you don't get any silvering going on. And it's
a deal.
It's a pain.
Mike, I'm going to say this once because I know it's going to light up the chat.
Yeah.
As I said, I've learned how to model because of my father, and he had a spray booth, and he always and still does shoot flow quill. Which
really,
so notoriously, flow quill finishes flat.
Yep.
He has always decaled, and I learned how to decal on flat with flow quill.
See, I've always done it on flat myself too, until recently, and I'm like, you know what?
I learned how to decal on flat, and I've had a few people find out that I learned how to decal on flat, and then they've said, "John, give me a clinic. I don't want to see how you decal." And I've showed them, and it's just liberal. It's a liberal application of water, making sure everything's where it needs to be. Zapping all the water out of it, and then hitting that with the solva set and letting. Yeah, I personally use Waller's full strength and letting it do its magic.
How many coats do you put on it? I mean, not to get into the clinic here, but I got some of that stuff here
Yep.
too.
Amen.
Yeah,
this
is.
I got 2 bottles of that stuff. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah, I need to get a new one, but my bottle's downstairs. But usually my decaling stuff is right underneath my desk here, and I'll do it right here. But yeah, and that's the thing. My dad decaled Champ stuff, which was also notoriously thick. I've still done decaling on flat with, the infamously thin microscale and some of the other stuff. And
yeah,
I've gotten good enough at it that I know how to handle things when any issue arises. But
so we do have a question, John, if you're willing. It's about your stuff on your website. So it says you have NJT, NJDOT, and New Jersey Transit listed on your website, but it shows a couple of Pennsylvania sheets. Do you actually carry any of the NJT?
So with transit, what I actually transit is in there as a tag category, because a lot of what I carry is the pre-transit NJ dot arrow logo.
Okay.
So what it is after Conrail was formed, Conrail actually was contracted to run commuter service and paid to do it up until 1981 for a bunch of different agencies, including SEPTA, Transit, and others. And in 81 is when Conrail stopped running commuter service and turned it over to the locals. So what happened is the rolling stock that was owned by the state and used in commuter service, especially for like NJ Dot, they put their NJ Dot logo on it. So I have decal sets mainly for the Pennsylvania Reading Seashore Line stuff that it was still PRSL lettered or had some semblance of that lettering, and it got the NJ Dot logo on it. So I have that NJ Dot logo in the decal set. So that's why you see NJT as a clickable category to look for. As far as doing transit itself, I know from talking to Dave Abeleys and some of my other good buddies that work for transit that they're a little touchy with licensing. And honestly, on my end, I'd have to weigh if it would be worth getting a license for. That being said, I have gone the route, and I do have license agreements set up with CSX and a few other people for other fun projects I've been working on. Like I recently, for a decal project for Pensy, wound up signing a license agreement with the Pullman Library out at the Illinois Railway Museum, because they have the Bud and Pullman drawings. And Bombardier owns the rights to Pullman and Bud, and now they own all the drawings that came with it.
Oh, wow.
But they donated a good portion of that collection to IRM, but it's licensed for research use via IRM. And what you have to do to get a copy of the drawing is you have to figure out what you want. And then Bob Weber, who's the curator of the Pullman Library, will work through you and create a license that you need to request the specific lot of cars that your research is in and what you're going to use that research for. So I had to put on there, I'm using these to make water slide decals. And then I have a license agreements that is in place from now until the end of time, that I can make any of the decals I want with this information, and they're fine with it.
That's one of the things that you never really think about, is the whole licensing aspect, because you're using their likeness, right? And but that's awesome that you go through those channels to essentially make sure you're above board on that too, because there's always some Karen out there that's gonna be like, hey, you got a license for that, and it's just like, come on, it's model trains. But yeah, I do.
Oh, well, and part of that fun is, it's all, again, it's all in who you know. A few years ago, we're starting to get a little uppity, because just like UP did for a little while, Conrail was starting to get very protective of its legacy railroads. And so they were emailing manufacturers saying, hey, you need to have an agreement with us so we can license you to use our stuff. And I'm fortunate that at the time I had a friend who was pretty high up in Conrail, and like Conrail, the successor shared assets Conrail, not just the original pre-99 breakup. And I knew him on a personal level, but I emailed him at his work email and said, hey, I hear this is going around. Do you need anything from me? And he emails me and goes, John, we know you. We know what you're doing. You're fine with what you're doing. If we have any problems, we'll let you know. Again, it's on who you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Oh, look at these.
Oof. So some of the other fun
things
I've done. This is a Pennsy H21E hopper up at the Rochester and Genesee Valley Railroad Museum, where Otto Von Drack is currently heavily involved. Otto actually messaged me on Facebook and said, hey, John, I know you do Pennsy for this scheme. Can you do this too? And I said, yeah, sure. So I banged something out for him. And now what I did for Otto was I only did him the digital artwork and sent him that, and then he did all the rest. But, a lot of the restoration work I do, I prefer that I give it to you for free because I will give you what's right instead of having you pay for something that's wrong. Because I've seen it happen so many times that, like, a vintage locomotive operator will pay somebody to do lettering for them, and then they get a crappy paint job and really crappy looking lettering that it's like a quasi representation of what was actually applied to the locomotive, and they paid for this. I'd rather, in the case of, especially museums, say, hey, you're getting this, it's going to be right. Let me give it to you for nothing. And they really appreciate that. And so, like in the bottom case here with this U.S. Army flat car, this was a batch of 2 cars. It was one 6-axle Magor car like you see here, and then it was one 4-axle car that originally was donated to the museum in Strasbourg. They realized they didn't need them, and they actually did a deaccessioning of the cars, and these went to Age of Steam Roundhouse at Sugar Creek. And this is a funny thing. They emailed me because I did a decal set for these cars in HO, and they said, hey, you do decals for these in HO. Can you do decals for these in full size? And they gave me the car numbers, the build dates, and that's what we did here. So they got everything for free. They had their own vinyl cutter. They made it all work.
Oh, that's cool.
Then they said, anytime you're out here, John, let me know, and I'll make sure you can get a tour. So then 2 years ago, I called in that favor and visited the Age of Steam Roundhouse for my first time, and I got a free tour of the whole facility.
God, we need to start calling in favors, Mike.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
So in this case, the car on the right here, this is an original Pennsy Heritage 2-bay cover hopper, Pullman Standard PS2, H34. Penn Central got a bunch of these, took the tops off, converted them to ballast service. Eventually, Conrail got them. Later, they got sold off to short lines, and this particular car wound up going to the Western Maryland Scenic Railroad. And then later, Western Maryland Scenic went through some management changes. They sold off the car, and it's now in a local short line called the Walkersville Southern, based out of Walkersville, Maryland, on the former Pennsy Frederick branch. And the current GM of the railroad purchased this car, and he saw I did decals for cover hoppers in HO, and he emails me and says, hey, John, can you help me out here? So he got like 4 cars, and we did 2 in the original Circle Keystone, even though the cars prototypically never had this. And I just, the number's right, the class is right. It's just the scheme is too early, but it's what he wanted. And then we did some other fun schemes, and now these are floating around the Walkersville Southern as some fun freight cars for him. And then one of my latest fun bits is this awesome glossy looking thing here on the left-hand side. That's the tender for the Pennsy K4 1361 at the Altoona Museum.
Oh, no.
Wow.
So, as I'm sure Mike and some of the people on the podcast will know, 1361 has a very well seasoned and storied history after it got pulled off the curve in 1985, including scaring the crap out of a 4-year-old me when my dad helped arrange to get it to York for a weekend in August. No, I'm not kidding you. I tell this story to anybody that'll listen, and they can't believe it, that I was 4 years old. The K40 came to York in 1988. And, so my dad, he had a chance to get up in the cab, and the locomotive was sitting there at York Station with the train ready to go. My mom brought my sister and I down. My sister wasn't even she was my sister was 3 months old in a stroller yet. And my dad's there up in the cab saying, "Hey, John, come on, let's get up here." And I'm 4, and I'm plastered up against the wall of this brick station, wanting nothing to do with this loud, noisy thing that's scaring the absolute crap out of me.
Yeah.
And now, 45 years later, I have the chance to get up in the locomotive when it's finally restored and work on it like this. So
That's awesome.
That's
really amazing.
restoring the locomotive right now, but the tender was pretty much done. And their current executive director, Joe DiFrancesco, who I'm very, very good friends with, to the point I actually crashed on his couch for a Penske convention back in 2018. Before you had kids and all that good stuff. He messages me, and we know the right people with the drawings, and said, "John, it's time. Get me this stuff." And I draw up the artwork for him. Send it off to Joe. He cuts his vinyl with it. And the fun part is with Joe, like, we're really tight friends on Facebook. They're painting this thing, and he sends me behind the scenes photos of every step of this painting, this tender, that at one point, when you paint something that size, you go light to dark. I have pictures of the tender in primer. I have the pictures of the tender in just the yellow that you see the lettering. And I tease him, "Hey, let's forget the Penske. We'll get a big flag out and we'll paint it in Arbor yellow and just put Union Pacific on the side and see if anybody cares."
Oh, man.
So
them's fighting words.
Yeah, right.
But then, so everything's yellow. He puts the vinyl on the side, which is black, and it's neat to kind of see a reverse image of the lettering on the tender, that the whole tender is yellow, and there's these black Pennsylvania letters on the side. And then he paints it, and then he peels the letters off. And I got pictures of the whole process. And then 2 weeks later, I get to see this in person.
Oh my gosh.
And so the Penske convention was in Altoona last year. When they debuted this tender during the Penske convention, we had our banquet in the courtyard of the museum. I went over the night before, and I knew Joe was going to be there. And I got down to the gate and said, "Hey, Joe, I'm here." He let me in, inside. I took a crap ton of pictures, but again, it's all about the relationships that, I've gotten to experience some really cool things, like they've doing this to people. And we joked that Joe wasn't going to tell anybody I did the job unless people complained.
That's a real friend right there. That's truly a friend.
You get none of the credit, but all of the blame. I love it. I love it.
It's just like, second section, that if there's anything wrong, you email Ray Arnott, right?
That's right.
Exactly.
You take all of the credit. Ray takes all of the blame. Yep.
Yeah. And just so that everybody knows, that any complaints go to Ray Arnott at around the layout. .com. Yeah. Go there.
And again, part of the fun is, I can do full-size stuff. It also means I can do, custom stuff for my own. So this is all custom stuff I've done for myself based on pictures that you're not going to get from a manufacturer. The top one is a Atlas, essentially out of the box, ready to run wide vision caboose for Reading, but I patched it prototypically. And I know it's a little tough to see in the photos, but you can definitely see it here in this bottom picture, this Overland F49 flat car did. That the cool thing about doing custom decals is you can include the stencil cuts in the lettering.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And so, like this H47 hopper in the middle, this is an exact rail car that I, in the quest for research, you pick up all these awesome books. And this was a Conrail roster from Eric Neubacher with stuff, and it has some black and white pictures. And here's a picture of an Conrail H47. That was a patched Penske version. And I saw it, and I'm like, I have to model this. I love it.
That is so cool.
Mike, like you, I have a fetish for covered hoppers, regardless of the size. And this screamed to model me. So I duplicated the picture of the car, dead nuts. And that's the fun of, you can create your own custom stuff that I've had, people in various skills say, "Hey, John, you do this. Can I just get this and like 20 of these?" And yeah, sure. I've done custom.
Beautiful.
One of the fun things is, from a modeling standpoint, is I always enjoy, and this is part of the fun of why I model the 70s, is you model some of those legacy roads, and all you got to do is change the relay date and add a loop stencil.
Yeah.
And I can do custom relays and custom loop stencils. For me, that's easy.
Yeah.
No, I got a question. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
Another Andy's got a question. Are you helping out with the Penske T1 that's being built?
I'm helping, but not on a lettering perspective right now. I do know the people involved. As I've mentioned, I am involved with the Penn State Society, and I'll be covering that in a future slide here about some of the things I do with them. But currently, they're not at a stage yet for needing me. But when the time comes, I might be asked to help them out with some things. And I have friends with the drawings that already have it ready to go. So it's a matter of when, not if.
That's my son's favorite locomotive.
Yeah.
He is in love with the T1 and the S1.
So
Those are
you're
his
one of
two
the reasons
favorites.
that the T1 was one of Broadway's best-selling locomotives, bar none. Period. End of story.
Yeah. My son is just he's enamored with it.
So the question I wanted to ask you is, as I seen that, like on your website, a lot of the decals have like scale specific. It'll say HO scale or N scale or O scale right on it. Now, if it says HO, like, can you make any decal set in any scale, or do you have to make adjustments? Or, I mean,
well, Mike, it's a very scientific and technical process. As long as I have it in HO, to make it bigger, I have I figured out the right amount, the ratio of how many penny sticks I need to cut open and light on fire for it to blow up.
Yep.
And then to go from HO to N scale, I have a shrinking ink machine. Mike,
why do I talk?
And Mike, this is being recorded for posterity for both your question and my answer.
For quality purposes.
And quality control. You know, there's always that.
What I tell people is, if I have it in HO, I can make it in any size. You tell me what you want.
Awesome.
And what I also do is when they email me, instead of doing a set for something, if somebody's in like S or O scale that they only have a car, I'll only do a car's worth of data. So then I say, what car number do you want? Again, we're back to people model specific time period. So I say, what era do you model? I want to make sure your reway date works for you. Where do you model? I want to make sure your reway location works for you. I can custom tailor it to what you want. But the thing is, it's a lot easier for me to take something I've already done and change it. It's a little harder for me to take something from scratch and go that route. I can do that, but what I generally do is, if somebody emails me and says, John, I have this custom thing, can you do this for me? One, I do not take any money up front. I believe that if I'm going to charge you, I'm going to charge you when it's done in my hand, and I can guarantee it's a quality product, because I don't want to get it and find out it's crap. I build you for it, and now it's more time that I need to spend to make sure things are right. The other thing is, I have a day job. I have a wife. I have a dog I have to keep very happy. I have a lab that keeps me busy, other activities, and doing other side hustles here and there that, I find as I get older, my time is a lot more limited, and I can kind of cherry pick what I do and don't want to do. So depending on what it is, I might say I can't do it, but I'll at least point you in the direction of somebody that can, because I don't want to leave you hanging.
Right. That's good service.
It's not that I don't want to do your stuff, but I need to have a life too. Not everybody can be glued to Facebook all the time, despite what some people think.
Yep, exactly.
So, part of the fun of me learning this graphic stuff is doing some collaborative partnerships. So there's two guys in Greater Baltimore, Maryland, called Spring Mills Depot, that they have day jobs, but they wanted to get into the game of. They originally did some custom cars with Intermountain and decided to dip their toe into doing some fully custom run RTR cars. And they initially did that with now I must premise this with that they are both B&O modelers. One is B&O in the mid to late 50s. One is a chassis guy that models roughly from 73 to 83 and believes that anything with an X in it sucks. So he loves chassis, hates CSX. So they gear a lot of their choices towards doing B&O and chassis prototypes. But every once in a while, an opportunity comes along that they want to do something outside the wheelhouse, give the wallets of those guys a break and do something different. And so I have to be friends with them, and I helped them out with some artwork on some second run stuff. What had happened with them was when they did their first runs of the chassis can stock car and the B&O I-12 wagon top caboose, the guy that did their artwork, he did a decent enough job. But when it came time to do the second run, he doubled the price to do the artwork.
Ooh.
So then, you know, and I knew these guys for a little while when that happened, and they basically called me and said, "Hey, John, how much would it cost for you to do this for us?" I said, "Yeah, I think you can figure it out." And we came to an agreement with some base pricing and then cost per number changes, and that kind of set the stage for me to work with them going forward. That I would do their artwork. I did their artwork for cars. I was doing their model railroad, and I was doing all their magazine paste artwork for them. And then it was time to do a new freight car. And they initially asked me what I thought about doing, and we talked about a car. And then, you know, as you do in the industry, they put in some cars and some feelers and found out that Tangent was working on doing the cars. So that killed that prospect. And then, so the one owner looked through RMC and he heard about this car and he said, "What do you know about this car, John?" I said, "Absolutely nothing."
Yeah.
And in 3 months, I learned more than I ever wanted to know about the PD3000. I got the RMC article. I harvested every picture that existed of these on the internet, cataloged everything, found all the variations. This is why I have on there, it says also known as learning how to chase a huge boulder rolling down a hill with as few casualties as possible. Because the one owner of Spring Hills Depot will tell you that there were times I called him panicking, freaking out, and it literally felt like I was chasing a boulder down a hill that I couldn't control with trying to get things done with this. But I got to do some cool things that then I picked all the schemes, all the road numbers, did all the artwork, the whole 9 yards.
That's a cool looking car.
Yeah, so this was the PD3000. So it was built by North American Car Company. These carry 3,000 cubic foot of pressurized powdered goods that came in via pressure differential. That's how it was unloaded. It was loaded through the hatches on top, but to unload it, basically you pumped air into the car and then it liquefied the load, and then they unloaded via that way with pneumatic truck, like in the pneumatic trucks and that kind of thing.
We get cars that are very, very similar to this in for a place called GLC in Green Bay, and it's man, I swear to God, I swear to God, I got pictures of they're like North American cars.
Yeah.
They were like they were painted North American at one point, but they're for this GLC, and they would put powdered limestone in it.
Yep. Yeah, these cars still run around today. This specific size carried flour, salt, concrete, lime, some of that stuff. Other powdered commodities, depending on their density, were carried in similar cars. The issue was if you carried them in a car like this, you'd max out the weight of the car before the car was halfway full. Yeah. So that's why, you know, depending on the density of the material, you get a different size car. So this was the first car I did with them. Like I said, it was a great experience to take, you know, to do the car, chase the boulder down the hill, and then hold it in your hand, and then actually have cars on my layout. But it was stress-inducing. Definitely a learning experience. So then everybody kept saying, "Hey, somebody should do these." And the time came to do another non-B&O car, and I said, "Guys, we should do these. We should really do the DODX 6-axle flat cars that were built starting in 1981. And the fortunate thing for me is there is so the bottom photo there shows 2 M88 A2s on one of the Thrall or Ortner built cars. There's the manufacturer of the M88 is based out of York County. So these come in regularly, loaded or unloaded, and they go in needed work and come out brand new, as you see there. In that case, those two were loaded, and I believe they were stenciled to get shipped to South Korea. But
Oh, wow.
these cars are literally in my backyard that I had friends that worked for the local short line. At that point, the Orange Borg had taken over Mon Pa and York Rail. But I had enough friends that I would tell them, hey, let me know when you get these cars on the interchange. And I remember the first time I went out that he messaged me on Facebook and said, John, there's a dozen sitting out at this location. There's nobody around. Enjoy yourself. Don't get hurt. And I went out in the middle of the field, took a crap ton of pictures. As you see in this upper left photo, I have this awesome measuring stick that it's scaled out so I can walk as far as away from the car as I need, take a picture. You can see it's scaled out. It's easy to measure off
That's
of.
clever.
You know, it's the great way to get awesome detail shots of trucks, decks, the whole 9 yards, and make sure it's right. And part of the fun of these cars is because they're in captive service, in the instance of the top left and top right photos, this is one of the FGE built cars from the 1981 batch. It's in service for the government. They have no need to really repack the bearings and all that stuff. So the original lube stencil data from 1981 is still in the cars with an RF&P location for FGE at Alexandria, basically at Potomac Yard. So, you know, then I got to pop these out and do the artwork for these and learn all about these cars and that kind of fun stuff. I will say, after freaking out chasing a boulder down a hill doing the PD3000s, when I helped Spring Mills out doing these cars, I was like sitting there drinking my, you know, you see the meme of the guy there drinking his coffee, not having a care in the world. I was like, oh, look, boulder just rode past me and it took out a few people. Okay, I expect that, and I know where we are in this process. I'm used to this now. And it was a lot less stress-inducing the second time around. But yeah, I got to do fun stuff like do that. And then I decided to take a really deep jump in 2022. So some company up in Canada was advertising that they were looking for project managers, and I had emailed them 6 months prior when they were looking for artists, and they are a Canadian-based company, as many people know, and Canadian law dictates that they had to hire Canadian candidates before they could hire a outside Canada candidate. So I did not get the job when I initially applied to be an artist with them 6 months prior. But then I saw their advertising for a project management position, and at that point, I had known people within Rapido for a little bit because of some of my other activities, and I knew the right people to email. So I sent my resume off to them, and after a arduous multi-week process, including a live Zoom interview with Jason and some of the other crew, they decided that I was a good fit for the company, and I started working for them in April of 2022. And the pictures you see there were from a June 2022 trip up to Toronto, where I got to, you know, go experience the office. This is literally, at the time, everybody except Bobby Allard and Bill Schneider that worked for the company. This was the first post-COVID event held by Rapido, and Jason wanted everybody there. So we had a dealer appreciation day at the offices, and then the next 3 days were a mix of meetings and team bonding, because this was the first time everybody was together in the office. So, you know, one of the things we did, we went down to the shops in downtown Toronto where the Rapido fleet is stored, including this LRC. This is the infamous Edmondson sleeping car they have, plus about seven RDCs that are part of the Rapido fleet. We got to go down, check them out, got to meet his mechanical crew. The one day, if you pay attention, if you look really close here, this is Dave Pop and Ben Kleindenst with Comeback at the time, that they were shooting video of the experience. So they joined us for our team building exercise that afternoon. Jason drove the infamous bus, and we took a bus trip to a go-kart track that we rented out for an afternoon and had fun racing each other, playing Speed Racer in a go-kart track, and then drove back to Toronto in the evening. And as a group, we all went out to dinner. Of course, the thing is, as many people know, Jason is Jewish, and he's very, very strict about that. So when you eat with Jason, you keep kosher.
Yeah.
So we went actually to a Asian restaurant that they serve mock meat, and I'll tell you, you'd have no idea it was not meat with what you ate, man. It was awesome. I've also had kosher fried chicken, and trust me, it just tastes better.
Kosher fried chicken.
Yes, yeah, there because there's such a large Jewish population in the Greater Toronto area. There are restaurants that make kosher food. So
that makes sense.
there is a
I heard that too.
Did you hear that?
Yeah,
that was somebody's car driving past my house.
Yeah. So
welcome to spring in Wisconsin.
Yeah, so there's all kinds of kosher joints. Now, of course, Jason being Jason knows the best places to go for the best food. So that last day before we all flew home, we had kosher fried chicken in Jason's backyard. But, you know, I know you guys love to talk about the workbench, your dirty workbench. That lower right photo, Jason might kill me for showing this. So that's Jason's in-progress lab in June of 2022. And this lovely thing that looks like a workbench is actually the lowest deck of his model railroad where Toronto Union Station is going to go. But as I'm sure everybody here would understand, wouldn't you love to have a 30-foot long by 2-foot wide workbench to put all of your stuff on?
Yep.
Is that a passenger car step?
One of many in that basement, but yes.
That yellow deal?
Yes, one of many in that basement, yes.
That sitting on one of the decks?
Yes.
Ah, okay. I just wanted to make sure I was seeing that right.
And again, this is also wide enough because this is going to eventually carry the entire width of Toronto Union Station, including all the double crossovers, double slips, the whole 9 yards.
Damn.
Ah.
Yeah. And actually, all those switches were custom built and done already, but Jason just loves having that 30-foot long by 2 to 3 foot wide workbench. And he's a perfectionist, so he'll build something not like it, tear it out, and redo it again. But it makes for a good Facebook page, right?
Oh yeah.
He's high in the running for what's on your workbench to win one of the weekly.
and so, you know, everybody, when we weren't at the office, we worked from home, and that's fine. But it can get to be a little bit of a drag sometimes when you work for a company as socially well-rounded as Rapido. So then we'd get together for events, and it was like a constant party.
Sure.
This is us in October of 2022. We went out to Illinois Railway Museum for a long weekend, and had a U.S. Dealer Appreciation weekend out there. Jason actually, so the catch is I'm one of the U.S. guys. So Jason and the guys would hop on Via and go ride on the Canadian or something for shiggles for a day trip. And meanwhile, us U.S. guys are stuck at home and just, you know, kind of, you know, world's smallest violin to the Canadian guys. Don't tell me how bad the trip is on the Canadian with your bar service and dome views and all that. So then this trip came up that we were basically meeting in Greater Chicago. Jason felt bad and paid for Bill and myself and Bobby to ride Amtrak all the way out to Chicago, not realizing how expensive a Amtrak sleeper ticket actually is. But yeah, so it was fun that Bill, Bobby, and I got to play the game of whose train is going to get to Chicago first with each other. The bottom left picture is of my train. I wound up riding the Cardinal from DC to Chicago because Bill bought the last westbound ticket on the Capital Limited, so I had to take the next best option.
Second class.
Well, I went up getting a nice Amtrak roomette and a Viewliner out to Chicago, and I took the cap back to DC with Bill. But yeah, so that was the picture of the lead locomotive on my train. This is us hanging out at the new hotel out in Huntley, which is the closest civilized town to Union, where the museum is. And of course, you know, we were there. That may or may not have been a full bottle earlier that same evening of wine. But you know, we're doing Rapido things at a hotel, and when we all get together, it's like one big fun family.
Right.
Whereas, you know, the bottom right picture, many people are familiar with the 44 tonner that came out. By a fun quirk, I wound up being the closest person living to a 44 tonner in the company at the time. So Bill Schneider was the project lead for that. And he, called me up on Teams and say, "Hey, John, I need you to look at this, and this." And I'd be like, "Okay." And I'd take the 20-minute drive south of me to the little podunk Stewartstown Railroad. And this was actually a selfie of me crawling underneath their 44 tonner, getting measurements for Bill Schneider. But it's all part of the fun of working for Rapido.
Wow.
So I did leave Rapido at the end of August last year in 2023. That while things were great, at the time, all the U.S. guys were basically considered contractors, and I was getting health insurance through the marketplace. And I found out kind of the hard way that I was paying for health insurance. And then my wife had something pop up, and I found out I was paying for insurance, and the place she wouldn't take the insurance we were paying for. So, these things happen. And also at the time I was a contractor. So, Rapido is a Canadian company. I wasn't even getting 1099 at the end of the year. So I basically had to tell my tax person, trust me, this is what I got paid. And I had to take out my contractor's version of taxes, which puts me in that higher tax bracket. So while things were, initially, and I will tell you, I've told my wife this and she understands. I was very selfish when I applied and interviewed and was offered the job and said, I'm taking this job. But then the honeymoon phase wears off and you're like, oh, there's some issues here that it'd be a little easier if I worked for a U.S. company. So I left Rapido on good terms at the end of August last year. Unfortunately, I have a legacy. So the cars you see here are things that I brought up and were approved and were all done by me in developing and the paint schemes. That on the top is the Penske's X23 and R7 reefer. So, part of the fun of my father getting me into the hobby was when I started working on Rapido, I said, hey, if there was a chance to do a ready to run car, what would you want to see? And the top of his list was the X23. And I made sure it happened. So that was kind of the ode to my father there. But then, a bunch of my friends wanted the H21, so I made that happen. And then the G22 is that ubiquitous Penske freight car that fits in multi-era, that it just kind of worked. And so this is my legacy of things that I've had Rapido bring out that were all my ideas. That being said, I left Rapido in August of 23. I did start groundwork for a locomotive. Unfortunately, that did not get finished under my tenure, but Bill Schneider took it over. And I have it on good authority that locomotive will be announced this year. And I've been helping him very extensively with that. So that's awesome. So, while all this is going on, I am a member of the Pennsylvania Railroad Technical and Historical Society. In 2018, I was elected onto their board of directors. And I've been serving as an officer, have an awesome time. Prior to being elected to the board and up until I worked for Rapido, I helped out on what they call the modeling committee. These are the guys that the manufacturer contacts the society and says, hey, we want to do this car. Can you get us drawings, pictures, information? Yeah. And generally what I helped out with was the graphics side. So it was, if you don't have, lettering for this car, here's the graphics files, here you go. And that's what I was doing for them. Now, when I started working at Rapido, I had to step down off the committee because of ethics. Unfortunately, they didn't like it that a guy was on because on the modeling committee, every manufacturer comes to you and tells you what they're going to do. I couldn't be on the modeling committee as a Rapido employee and know what everybody else was also working on.
Yeah, I suppose that would be kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, so I left Rapido. Everybody, I made sure those that needed to know. And I, was welcomed back on the modeling committee with open arms. And at this point, I now have experience in the industry. I know what they want. I know where to find it. I'm also one of the people that lives closest to the society's archives up in the little town of Lewistown, Pennsylvania. Lewistown, it's basically halfway between Harrisburg and Altoona on the original Pennsylvania main line. Lewistown's claim to fame, quote unquote, is that it's the town you hit before you go over the big mountain to get to some school called Penn State.
Oh, okay.
Never heard of it.
Yeah. But the cool thing is that Lewistown, the Pennsy Society actually purchased from Amtrak the station in Lewistown itself. It is the oldest still surviving original station built by the Pennsylvania Railroad. The freight house end was built in 1848 and was added on to later, but we own the station, and now it's actually the only remaining brick station between Harrisburg and Altoona. But that's where we have our archives. So the upper right photo is the freight house end of the station. We did add a second floor so this way we could store more in it, but this is all material that's been cataloged, and there's location IDs assigned to everything. So when I got back on the modeling committee, I actually petitioned the board and said, look, I live close to the station. I'm on the modeling committee. I can go up during a normal archive session when other guys do work, but it'd be helpful for me if I can go up there on my own or with less people there, so I don't have somebody peeking over my shoulder saying, hey, John, what are you scanning? And then leaks get out. And that's not great for the industry when you're trying to maintain confidentiality for, a manufacturer that's throwing thousands of dollars into something to hopefully make it before somebody else does.
Right.
As much as the industry is very friendly, that's also why everybody talks to everybody else, because they don't want to lose money finding out that everybody's doing F units or CF7s or Jeep 38s. So this way, one person can capitalize on everybody that wants this. So it's helpful to not have people peeking over your shoulders to run off to somebody else and say, hey, guess what blah, blah, blah's doing? So I petitioned the board and they granted me keys. So now I go up there with a select crew of friends that are also society members, and I get to do research now for myself and manufacturers. So,
awesome.
Doing
That's
decal
really, really
stuff,
cool.
Doing decal stuff. I'm pulling the lettering diagrams. Here's the lettering diagram for the original PP&L hoppers that had the Ready Kilowatt Pennsylvania logo on it. That is in our archive, because the initial unit train was hauled by the Pennsy.
What's so cool? Like I've had the luxury to go to the Chicago Northwestern Archives, once or twice, right? And then you just start pouring through all of the artifacts there, right? The drawings. You come across, here's a power roster from like 1979 for, this specific division. You're like, oh yeah, and you got Jeep 7s and all the, and it's just you could just get lost. How do you stay focused? Like if I was there, I have no self-control at all. I mean, I don't.
No.
Like what? Like how do you? Like if I was in the archives, I would never get anything done. How do you do it?
Well,
how do you
Andy, it helps that I have the index databases of what we have cataloged. So generally,
sure.
So I try and make it up there around once a month. Now this month is pretty intense. So I was up there this past Sunday. I'm actually going there tomorrow, and I'm going up next Saturday too.
So you spend a fair bit of time there, but like, where the CNW one was, I mean, it was like, hey, go look in that back drawer, you might find something.
Well,
so then
but Andy, see what it is that what I'm interested in, fortunately, is catalogs. So on the what's been cataloged that the society has is a lot of mechanical drawings. So it's anything that moved. It could be a baggage cart, it could be a locomotive, it could be a passenger car. But if it had wheels or it moved, the vast majority of those drawings are cataloged already and indexed. So I have the databases of all those. Now the collection you see in these filing boxes, this is a collection that it was a bunch of middle managers of the Pennsy, and somebody had the forethought to keep all this stuff and then donate it to us. I remember when I was a lot younger and my dad was on the board of the society that I was in this same room, and it was nothing but row upon row of filing cabinets. It was all this stuff before it got pulled and cataloged. It took about 4 to 5 years for them to go through like those 20 to 30 filing cabinets and catalog everything and then refile it in a way that made sense. So the cool thing is with that collection, it has correspondence plus all the drawings and photographs to support that correspondence. So I've been telling people that the correspondence tells you the why and the where and that kind of stuff. And then you go to the drawings and the photos, and that shows you the how, or, in that case, and it can tell you a full story. I've gone through that collection looking for some specific things, and I've had it happen. You said about having what my mom used to call pinball brain.
Yeah.
With subjects, before I go up, I always make a list of this is what I want to look for or look at while I'm there, and then I have it organized so I can check boxes that A, I looked at it, and B, did I find something of value?
Yeah, right.
So this way I can check it off my master list that's this long of I want to look at.
Yeah.
But I've had it happen, and I'll stand there and I'll start randomly cursing because it happened the end of last year. I was looking at a list of every track scale on the entire Pennsylvania railroad system from 1955, whether it was railroad owned or industry owned. And it told me how long it was, its capacity, who manufactured it, all that great stuff. Who, where it was. But there was some specific codes on this list that the data wasn't in there. And then I remembered, wait a second, 2 boxes ago, I saw that, thought it was nothing, and I refiled it. And I'm there starting cursing uncontrollably. And one of my friends was like, what's wrong? I said, I saw what I need for this, and it's 2 boxes that way. Now I need to go and dig it back out.
Hey, so I got Mike's got curfew tonight.
I have curfew. I've got to, John. I've got to get off here.
We're gonna keep the party going.
Yeah,
so we're gonna keep the party going here. Mike's got to go to bed.
I got 2 things. First of all, I'm jealous of you guys for being able to just walk into your own archives and be able to do that. Try being on the Milwaukee Road Archives. It is literally legally bound between. No, this is no joke. Legally bound between the Milwaukee Public Library and I believe it's called the Bergen Library in St. Louis. Those 2 places, the archive is split. So when the Milwaukee Road was sold, all the information went to those 2 locations. It is legally written that they can never sell it or turn it over to anybody, period. You have to put a formal request in, and only volunteers can go in and see if I've already put requests in and have gotten back nothing close to what I've asked for. And I'm sitting here going, it's not indexed or cataloged. They have no clue what they have in those boxes and what they have. So,
Mike, yeah. I can tell you 2 things here. Well, really 3 things. One, I feel your pain, but from being on the society's board of directors and seeing firsthand the teething processes of owning your own building and everything that goes with it. I mean, I'm showing you the catalog stuff that I know where it is. The whole 2nd floor of that room has boxes upon boxes that came out of Pittsburgh Union Station that we know generally what's in the box, but nothing's been indexed and cataloged yet. But because we joke that there's some boxes that one of my friends that I bring up with me that lives in Harrisburg, he was part of the crew that brought them to the station originally. And they coded some of the boxes that if they have a VG on the side, it means what's in there is very good. If there's an XG, it means it's extra good, which is like super gold bullion content inside the box. But you still have to look through everything in the box.
Right.
But again, it's none of that's cataloged. So some of what happens now is when I bring him with me, Jack goes upstairs because he models the Pittsburgh area and he's looking for stuff. Yeah. I go up and bug him 2.5 hours, 3 hours later, and he looks at me and he goes, "Hey, John, you want a hug?" And his hands are covered in coal dust, absolutely covered in coal dust from where they were stored. But it's the way it was, and you just have to deal with it. Owning your own building can be a curse, and it's all the costs that go with that. One of our biggest, we own the station, which is great. Part of the issue is the station is, dare I say it, out in the middle of nowhere. So it's hard for people that live in like Philly to come out here, that it's about a 4-hour drive and then to do that work. So that's why some people usually come up for a long weekend and to do work that are from the greater Philly area. The other catch is, like any, historical society, we get donations all the time. And there's always a ton of crap to weed through to find the gold bars. And a lot of people are doing the it's all or nothing. So you get the commercial books that everybody under the sun owns, and even we have 2 copies of. How do we, as a archival repository, say that we're getting rid of the book that satisfies our members? Because if we keep taking donations like that, you run out of room. But the thing is, with the Milwaukee collection, I understand your pain, but to the same degree, it's in a place that is a certified archive and is storing everything properly. At least it's not getting moldy and dripped on from somebody's attic. The curse of the Pensy is a lot of this was not saved by the railroad for the historical society. So a lot of what's been saved has been because of people dumpster diving.
Oh, right.
We have some corporate records, but it's because people that were high up had the forethought to take it. And there are still costs involved that. So we have a collection of the original we have a copy of the original corporate microfilm for all the mechanical engineering drawings of the Pensy. We know a small bit of what is on these 500 rolls of film because there's tracing lists that the Pensy made when they came out with a car that says this drawing is this specific part. And we at least know what drawings are in each box in a range, but you're still playing needle in a haystack. But there's stuff we know is on the microfilm. We have no idea what's there.
Yeah.
However, that's not going to change starting on Friday. So last year, we have one collection that are aperture cards. It's a single piece of microfilm on one card with Holler's punch data on it that actually Conrail microfilmed their Legacy Railroad Archives in the mid-90s. And these cards have Pensy, Penn Central Conrail stuff on it some of the drawings, the oldest drawing I found was for a scale test car's axle from 1898. But it's all kinds of stuff that was legitimate to Conrail's operation that they had to have it. So they had all this stuff, they archived everything, and even when Conrail got split, NS got the cards, didn't need them anymore, gave everything to the Southern Railroad Historical Association. They called us and said, we have these Conrail cards, do you want them? And we said yes. And so what was happening was I was going up for an archive weekend and pulling lettering diagrams and things I was interested in. And I saw these drawers. I'm like, these are interesting. I started looking through them. I figured out eventually what they were. And then there is a Conrail Historical Society. And I told them about these cards because there's also like locomotive stuff from EMD and GE and Alco.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And they said, hey, manufacturers said, hey, we're interested in this. And he messaged me and said, do you have this? And I said, that's a needle in a haystack, man. I have no idea. So I went online to the Google machine and found a company in Frederick, Maryland, that they are a professional digital archivist, that they digitize collections for Library of Congress, historical societies.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well, that's really cool.
So last year we came to an agreement and they scanned all of these aperture cards for me for the society, which gave us 45,700 digital images from the frames of film. And everything is generally indexed because they extracted the punch data on the cards to give me the drawing number, the class, and there was also Conrail signed a code based on what the drawing was. Well, as I was wrapping up that project, I talked to my account exec with them and said, hey, we have these rolls of microfilm. How much would it cost to get the microfilm scanned? And so through the end of last year and this winter, I finalized the cost. We approved the contract, and tomorrow they're picking up all of our rolls of microfilm. And by hopefully this fall, I'll have everything returned to me, and then I'll get digitally all of those frames of drawings.
Oh, that's so cool.
Nice.
Based on the numbers they gave me on how many drawings should be on a roll of film, when I'm done, I will have 560,000 digital images from getting all the rolls scanned. Wow. But what I'm also doing is getting the rolls scanned doesn't help you. It's still a needle in a haystack trying to find things.
You still got to catalog everything, right?
So generally, the Pensy categorize their drawing sizes by a letter of the alphabet. And so for the Pensy, the A size was the biggest. And what I'm having the company do is for all the A, B, C, and D size drawings, which are what I jokingly refer to as the big sexy for drawings that people would want to see. And there's stuff on there that has quality content. I'm paying them to also index the drawings and tell me what at a base level what the drawing number is. If the title block also has the class of whatever that covers, they're including that in the name of the file as well. So I'll be able to know I sent them some rolls to sample for me last year. And just from those digital scans alone, I've already found gold bars we had no idea we had.
That's so cool.
I'm so looking forward to getting all of this done.
Cool. Well, John, I tell you what, I gotta get out of here. It was really great meeting you. Andy, good luck with the rest of the show. I'll watch the rest of it later. Sorry about having to bug out of here, but I do have a 6 a.m. flight and I got a 2-hour drive to get to the airport. So it's gonna be
have a good trip.
Yeah, thanks. So I will talk to you guys later. Section crew, thank you for all the comments. You guys are awesome as usual. And we will see you probably in a couple of weeks. And I may do send a picture from Hawaii at one point. So
we don't want to you in a coconut bra.
No, there will be no coconut bras. But
Hawaiian shirt, yes, coconut bra, no.
What's that?
Yeah, Hawaiian shirt, yes. Coconut bra, no.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, there'll be that. But yeah, so we will talk to you guys later. John, awesome meeting you. Andy,
Mike.
Good night, Mike.
We'll talk to you guys later. Thanks.
All right. See ya. So, John, there is a question here that I did want to just tackle here before we moved on. So, will the PRR archives ever get publicly digitized like the C&O Society? I want to model southwest of Pittsburgh, but there are a few track charts and 0 pictures of the branches in that area.
So what I'll tell Jake is that, first of all, it would greatly help if you belong to the Pennsylvania Area Technical and Historical Society.
Mm-hmm.
While we do have portions of our archive that are cataloged and available, that if somebody emails, right now our current website, all those inquiries go directly to the webmaster, but we're actually working on it as we speak to change it, that hopefully within a month, I'll actually be one of the 3 people handling those inquiries for people saying, hey, I want to know if we have this.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the reason it will help for you to be a society member is we have decided that the route of up until this point, pre-COVID, they were doing fulfillment of requests, but it was either A, you need to come visit the archives yourself, or B, we will send you physical paper copies. And so then you were paying for the paper and the shipping and all that. We've decided post-COVID that we're in a more modern and digital age that is just not economical to maintain our plotter and continue doing that. So we're moving towards 100% digital fulfillment. Why should I spend money to buy paper when I can just scan something? You can get a PDF, enlarge it to as big as you want, or if you want a physical paper copy, you take it to your local office supply store and have them print it for you.
Right.
So we are in the process of moving towards a digital fulfillment. What we've done is we have established a pricing structure, but it is a lot more beneficial to be a member than it is to be a non-member with our pricing structure that we have set up. That pixels cost nothing, but it still costs something to get something scanned as far as storage space and all that. So what we've set up for a member pricing on our drawings right now is that until we have a basically click and buy solution set up via a website, that for doing digital fulfillment with somebody like me pulling the drawings and putting them available to like a Google Drive or something like that, is for member pricing, it's $1 a drawing. But we generally ask you to order a minimum of 10 drawings or $10. However, for non-members, that price is $5 a drawing, and we still want a minimum of 10 drawings, so that's $50. Now, the catch is it's $50 for a non-member. The cost of a membership is $40, and we'd still ask you to buy a minimum of $10 worth of drawings. So it's $50 whether you're a member or non-member if you just want 10 drawings. But if you want more than that, it's very beneficial to join the society. We also have what the Pennsylvania Railroad called valuation maps. So for every mile of railroad, they had a map of that section of railroad with all the property they owned, and it shows the track and everything within those boundaries. But they also own property adjacent to the railroad with houses, stations, other facilities. That all this is included on the map. For members, we have a member price set up that it's a quarter a map, but then we ask that you buy the entire map line of railroad. So you might be buying miles worth of railroad, but this will have all that basic detail you need to model whatever portion of the Pennsylvania you want. And fortunately, because of the society and all of its contacts throughout current railroads and what it has obtained through well-meaning individuals, we have maps for about 99% of the entire Pennsylvania Railroad system as it existed in 1949, which ran from New York to St. Louis and DC to Chicago.
Nice. So that's PRRTHS.org, correct, John?
Yes, that is.
Here, I'll put that on the screen and I'll throw it in the chat. That's really fair. The Chicago Northwestern Historical Society is, right around there in terms of the cost. And, all kidding aside, I've learned so much, about the railroad that, I'm a member of this historical society. Getting to talk with people like John is, it's great. You get to meet new people. So I love historical societies. I think they're a boon for our hobby. So it's well worth the price of admission, at least in my opinion.
And that's the thing, these days, that's a lot of how manufacturers get the information to make sure the models you buy are accurate.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And then so just to circle back here, so find them John's shop here, mountainvernonshops.com. He's also on Facebook. And I put the link in the chat tonight. It's also the links to John's contacts are in the show notes as well. So if you go to the description of the YouTube video, all of his links are there. And then if you're still can't find it, head on over to our Facebook group, Second Section Podcast, in the banner for tonight's episode. All of his links are in the Facebook post as well there that we have pinned as a featured item. So, all right, John, we've officially scared away Mike, which is good. But let's keep moving on here. And what else are we going to talk about this evening?
So now, I talked about my side hustle, the decals, all that fun stuff. But like everybody else, I have a home empire.
Yes.
I remember watching previous episodes that you guys had the great discussion on the difference between a shelf layout and a basement empire.
Yes.
And honestly, in my view, a shelf layout can become an empire if it fills the room. If it's still just a shelf layout and not filling most of the room, then it's still just a shelf layout. But
yeah.
I've managed to take a multi-deck shelf layout and turn it into my small empire. So as I show here, this is actually from earlier this year when it snowed. This is my humble abode. I have an awesome 1971 built brick rancher that I got with my wife in March of 2021. One of the cool things you'll see here is I do have this steeper than it looks driveway, but that also means I have a full 2-car garage that's also in the basement level. So it's easy to get large pieces of lumber and easily into my basement. Yes, I know.
Right in.
Doesn't
Yeah, right?
I'm sure. Doesn't it suck Andy to try and drag that 4x8 down to the basement, or probably you cut it before you come down to the basement, right?
Yeah, there's been some weeping and gnashing of teeth bringing the 4x8 sheets down the stairs.
Yeah, I don't have that problem.
Yeah, lucky.
Yeah. So I have a full cinder block foundation with a cinder block wall down the middle of the room of the basement as well. I have a approximately 12 by 40 foot empty room, and yes, the walls were painted blue before I bought the house.
Oh my God.
My only issue is, while the main electrical panel is here in this corner and it's only halfway full, I have no electrical outlets in this room.
Yikes.
And other than that, there's the sewer vent pipe, the radon exhaust, and this goes into a little alcove for, originally there were steps to get to the landing to the front of the house, but they eventually built the deck on the front. But this is where the water comes in. But that's a little alcove, and I don't even essentially enter it with my design.
Yeah.
But otherwise, this is my clean slate.
Yeah, it's good space. Very good space.
With my drafting background, I can do awesome things like this. That's a 1 foot grid for my whole basement. So this is the sewer vent pipe, my electrical panel plus the door swing, the radon pipe. This is my water heater on the other side of the basement, furnace, and then the stairs going up to the main part of the house, and then this is the entrance, and this is the garage over here. But yeah, this is a 1 foot grid for my space and what I had to work with. So growing up for me, as I'm sure it was for Andy, but because I'm an East Coast guy, I got the big blue. I got to see awesome lash ups of SD50s and GEs on the X-Pensy main line. My local short line, the Mon Pa, and the York Rail had a small fleet of what they inherited from the Mon Pa, such as this former Reading Jeep 7 that they bought in '76. But then some former B&O Jeep 9s, some former Santa Fe CF7s.
It looks like a CF7 back there.
Yes, they had a fleet of 3. Actually, in a weird quirk of fate, York Rail wound up getting the very last production CF7, and it's currently sitting out of service. And G&W knows that somebody wants to preserve it. It's just a matter of somebody coming up with the money to do it. Here's the fun part. Same exact location. This unit here is 86, now repainted and renumbered into a horsepower-based system. This is a CF7, and this is another B&O Jeep 9. This is actually during the blizzard of '93. I remember standing next to my dad as he shot this photo.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. It's funny.
Cool.
And so this is actually the paper mill in the background where my father worked. So he knew the guys, and they saw us out there, and he eventually invited us up in the cab for a little bit. But this was when they still had coal-fired boilers. They received 110 unit car coal train every 2 weeks. So this way they had enough.
The paper mill.
Well, what it is, in addition to the paper mill, they also supplied and made power for the town.
I was going to say, they did electricity too.
Yeah, so they had to keep enough coal supply on hand in case of a miners' strike to make sure there was at least a month's worth of power on hand. So, this is what I grew up seeing. Of course, by this point, the York subdivision, originally part of Western Maryland, had been sold to York Rail. So CSX was still in the county, though. This was only 45 minutes from the house I grew up in. And this is the former Hanover terminal. And, they were using classic EMD power. This yellow nose unit is one of a pair of SD50s that was used for running the Rock Runner with trains of limestone from the Bittinger Quarry at Hanover down to Baltimore for export. And then, as per the usual local power here, man, it was a Jeep 40 usually with a Jeep 30 slug. And this was the regular power up until about the 2010s. And then the slugs all disappeared, and we had all dark future painted stuff. But and actually, I shot this photo at like 11 at night.
That's incredible that you got that good a resolution with. I mean, must do photography as another hobby, but.
Well, I will also premise that the prior 3 photos of the Mon Pa stuff, my dad also shot. So we've also gotten out going rail fanning together.
Yeah, right.
This is part of a collection I obtained from a guy that we'll talk about a little later. But in this case, we're sitting in the cab of that Mon Pa Jeep 7 going through West York. And at that point, while this looks like a 2-track main line, I'm sitting on the ex-Pennsylvania Railroad branch line, serving one half of that. and the other half is the Western Maryland's York subdivision, and they basically were dual main line, but two different railroads operating next to each other. And one of the cool things is the Pacey actually had this route through town first. The Western Maryland was the last railroad to get access to York, and they were late to the game, getting there in 1893. So they kind of followed this grade, but part of the agreement when they paralleled the Pacey's line is they actually had a reciprocal switching agreement that allowed. So if there was a car on the Western Maryland that was consigned to be outbound to the Pacey was allowed to go onto the Western Maryland and pull the car, or to also spot a car. All they had to do was call the local yard office and get permission to occupy the line. That doesn't happen much on other railroads. It's the way they had the agreement set up, and it was pretty neat that they managed to figure all that out and get it to work. So initially, I had this basement space. I had CAD. I was figuring out, what do I want to do? And that picture is taken right about here. While I grew up loving the Pacey, I really learned to love Conrail because it's what I grew up with. And initially, I was, initially I wanted to do Conrail 1980 to 85 because I was born in 84. I liked those early EMDs. Didn't want to be a quality modeler, as some of us joke, to do Conrail quality stuff. But then I started doing research into the Conrail locomotive roster and finding these awesome pictures of the late 70s Conrail. Stuff was basically patched. It was a dog's breakfast of colors.
Yes.
And I just, they still had Alcos on their roster. And I just loved it. It was awesome, gritty railroading, trying to figure out how to make money.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of these lines still existed. And I just fell in love with the late 70s. And of course, the other fun thing is, by the late 70s, my dad had gotten out of the Navy. He was back living locally and was getting out in railfan and taking all these pictures. And I'm finding all my dad's pictures, these locomotives and stuff, and it's local stuff. And it's just awesome to see, and I love it. So, when I got the house, I said, I want to model this. This is an industrial canyon of awesomeness for operations.
Right.
And I drew it all out, track for track, the way it should be, and made it fit. But I'm an operations guy. I always have been. Loved doing it ever since 2003 when I went to my first session, and loved it ever since. I look at this and say, this is okay, but it could be better. I'd love to have a yard for Conrail to feed this. I'd love to have a yard for the Western Maryland. But of course, the Conrail yard, even on this diagram that this went out of, would have been way over here. And of course, Western Maryland yard. So there's a big yard at either end. But you know what? I work professionally as a model railroader. I've built model railroads. I've been paid to build model railroads for private people. I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing.
I sense a big butt coming.
So, this is the larger version of that map. This map was actually created in 1934. Cool. That at the time, at this point, the Monpa that's in yellow, the Western Maryland in red, and what was the Pacey, which I have on here as being on Conrail, everything was at a point that they had actually conducted a study to see if it was worth consolidating their lines, kind of as like a terminal belt switching operation. And this map was one of the results of that, which also included an awesome 80-page report detailing their operations to the nth degree in all the city that, you just drool over, and then you're playing the what if game of, hey, if this were the 70s, what would have happened here? So this map listed every railroad served industry in York in 1934. But I superimposed, okay, cool. So this is what I want to do. Went on the Google Earth machine.
Oh yeah.
Figured out, okay, so I'll put a yard on either end, and if I have room, I've 12 by 40. Let me model more. Why just do the yard? I'll do what's beyond the yard. So the middle where the industrial area is here. Bottom deck, which is this, the yard was here, but I'm like, I have room. So here's part of the Conrail main line going up to Harrisburg. I did a little switching area for the Monpa, and the Western Maryland yard was here. But I'm like, you know what? there's a lot of fun traffic on the Western Railroad too. Let me just do all the greatest hits to the York sub all the way out till Spring Grove. That seems doable enough, and I drew it up.
4 decks, 4
with a staging level, everything fed in properly. Prototypically, it would have all flowed just right. But then, you have to figure out how to get between decks, and it wound up being 4 decks and 4 helixes. And okay, this seems good. I can do this. It's 4 decks. I had staging at 12 inches off the floor. Everything was spaced reasonably decent for the main scenic decks. But I'm like, I can do this. And I basically, this half of the room over here, that was that smaller area past where the alcove is, where the water comes in. Yep. I started there and figured, hey, let's do this. And I got to the 3rd deck, and things were okay. They weren't fantastic. And I had some fun times, hooking up the jumper cables and running some ops. This is Conrail on the lines, chassis, grain elevator in the background. This is, track as I set it up for a local quarry. I've always been really good at laying tracks, so I've done some great industrial track. And also, when it comes to model railroads, I like to treat it that because of experiencing like Howard Zane's and Ken McQuarrie's and some other great operational finish layouts, I really believe in the aesthetic appeal of finished model railroad. So while you can go the cheap route and put in hand throws, I prefer to put everything under the layouts so you don't see it. So if it's what I've been doing is, if it's a hand throw, I'll either do a blue point or a bullfrog from Fast Tracks. If I want to put in a machine, I've been using tortoises, though I have been considering other options. I know on a few shows ago you showed those other ones.
MP.
Yes.
Yeah, those MP5s.
I know there's lots of options out there, and I'll see, as long as it works, it can be a mix of anything, really. But, I like the aesthetics, and the same thing that I don't put the telltale one nail down the center line of track. Once you're ballasted, you're going to see that. So I've been nailing outside on the tie, but outside the gauge of the rail. So this way, once it's painted and ballasted, you won't really see the nails as much.
Right.
Because, in the end, you want a clean aesthetic product. But, I had some bulletproof track work. Things were great. However, this was my first time building a helix. So
how'd that go?
Well, I had a few issues. There are not a lot of photos because it's a rather embarrassing subject.
I feel your pain. I've made the mistakes.
Yeah. So at this point, I had 3 decks, and I was loving the industrial stuff, but this is that industrial part going through York. This is the main line that the Conrail yard would be on, and staging is right here. And I'm like, this is starting to get to be a lot. I don't know if this is. I think I might be biting off more than I can chew. Everybody wants that massive layout, but the catch is you want something that's achievable. So this way, you can operate it, but eventually, the goal is always, or at least for most people, you want to have that group of your friends over to do the prototypical operation. Or, just that fun, awesome time that I've experienced and want to have people come to my house to experience now. I go to theirs and get to do it there. I want them to come to my house and experience that. And with what I was building, I could see that there were some things that just weren't gelling right. And also, the price of lumber wasn't getting any cheaper. The price of track wasn't getting any cheaper. I mean, yes, I knew getting into this model railroading is not a cheap hobby, but when you start building a larger empire-sized model railroad, it's a very uncheap hobby. And I mean, and I know this is why Boomer Diorama and some of those guys concentrate on doing the little small layout, and I get that. And even me with a 40 by 12-foot space, it's a small space, but you figure roughly 10 by 40 is 400 square feet. Then you take that times 4. I'm building a 1,600 square foot layout.
Right. Exactly.
So it was time. Yeah. So I started this in September of 2021. By basically February of last year, it was all down. Down. It was all gone. I salvaged what I could, but I started to see the writing on the wall around Thanksgiving of 23 and started to make a new plan and figure some things out.
Okay.
So I got to the point, the plan was basically good to go, and I had some friends look at it, and then it was time to make the big push. And I mean, as we all know, demo is easy.
It is.
But the hard part is, I was building so I could move the mess, but I tried to keep the wife happy by keeping it in this room. When you demo everything, the mess is bigger than before. And now I want to rebuild in the same space and keep the mess manageable.
Yep.
So I came back to a road that I created back when I was in high school, the Tuckahoe Valley.
All right.
Where does the name come from? What is the Tuckahoe to me? I was fortunate that growing up, my parents believed in the institution of scouting and the ideals it held at the time, and wanted me to get involved. Unfortunately, I did have allergy-induced asthma, which fortunately, through the miracles of science and medication, I was able to manage and joined Cub Scouts as a bear in 1992 and did Cub Scouts through 95. I found a Boy Scout troop that fit the meet night schedule for my parents' schedule and mine, and joined that troop. And fortunately, through hard work, determination, and a lot of butt kicking, I managed to get my Eagle Scout in 2002. And I
Congratulations.
was, inducted to the Order of the Arrow in 2001 by my troop. The OA is very unique in that its members are voted in by the troop you serve. So it's not done by the members in the group. It's done by non-members are voting somebody in to become a member. And so they're like the National Honor Society of Scouting, but part of what you will also do is learn about service to scouting above oneself. And the concepts of brotherhood and fellowship that, as we all know, translate very well into model rarity.
Yeah.
So that's why I had, this is my Eagle Scout certificate from when I was awarded my Eagle Scout. My troop, they did not have this trailer back when I was in, but I drive through that town every few weeks because it's on the way to my dad's house. And I had heard rumors about this because I have some people that are still involved, that they had bought this trailer and that on the trailer they listed all their scouts. So here I am on the trailer that, back from when I got mine. That, I'm
cool.
Basically a part of the permanent legacy of Troop 97 from York, New Salem. So for me, this is Camp Tuckahoe. This was up in Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. That is about 30 minutes west of Harrisburg, in York County. And for them, Tuckahoe was a Native American word that meant land of the deer and fawn. And for me, my troop, we spent a week of resident camp up here every summer in mid-July. Awesomest time ever, earned merit badges, great time with the troops, hanging out, all kinds of shenanigans, tomfoolery, things I can't mention.
Right.
Like camp-wide games of capture the flag.
There you go.
Doing the 10-mile orienteering course, doing the high ropes course, going out on awesome hikes under the stars, just great times, lots of memories. Loved all my time there. And this, as you can see, geographically was in a valley area. And although no railroad ran through where the camp was, there was a little spur of the Pennsylvania that ran to Dillsburg. And I always figured, it was a fun part of my formation of becoming an adult that, it's a great nod to some great experiences I had. So why not? And that's what the Tuckahoe Valley became for me. Now, part of the tie-in, as everybody else has been on the podcast is, you see the magazines and what the big guys are doing. I know you've had that great episode with Brad and
The McClellans.
Yeah, well, the
Yeah.
McClellan clan.
Yeah,
On here
Brady.
talking about the heritage of the V&O. And, we're all very familiar with that story. This top map is from the V&O book that was published by Carson's and RMC. That, these at the time this is the V&O and all the lines that connected to it. Its ties into Pennsylvania was a little interesting, that there's the Grand Valley, which is kind of funny that doing the research now, the valley that Alan showed this is running up, and I know some of these were named after some of his lichen belt friends in the greater Dayton area, that I don't know if there actually was somebody that modeled the Grand Valley, but that geographic area is known as the Grand Valley, much like there's a Cumberland Valley or a Susquehanna Valley. That was physically known as the Grand Valley up in that geographic area. Here's a later map from one of the MR issues. This was the look back anniversary issue when things were still in the pre-merger scheme. And still some of the shorelines are still shown. There's a few less. Now the Southridge lines of Dean Fried tags on here, but the Grand Valley is here. It's a little less defined. And I kind of took that and ran with it. That this is going to the northeast. Now, where in the northeast would it go? It needed that northeast connection. The biggest northeast hub would be Hagerstown, Maryland. So I kind of figured something out. Now, part of that was my railroad. I have it that is eventually going down and connecting to the Western Maryland. But the Grand Valley, it goes up there, but it wasn't as big of, in my mind, it wasn't as big of a system as like the V&O. So it might have survived World War II, but as history goes, prototypically, a lot of railroads were in bad shape after World War II because
yes, they were.
The huge increase in traffic did not mean a huge increase in maintenance budget. So everything was in really bad shape. And in my mind, the Grand Valley saw the writing on the wall by the late 50s and realized this isn't going to work, and decided to talk to their neighboring railroads first before filing an abandonment with the ICC. And the V&O thought, you know what? I don't want to lose my connection to the Northeast. I'm going to buy the Grand Valley, but I'm only going to buy, I'm going to buy it all, but I'm only going to keep what I need to get that connection to the Northeast. I don't care about the Grand Valley going west. I have the V&O has a Western connection, but that Northeast connection, that's vital to our financial viability. So they bought the Grand Valley. So that's on my own. Again, the joys of being a decal guy.
Yeah, right.
Here's a Bowser 70 tonner, decorated for the Grand Valley, but patched for the V&O. Why not?
Nice. Yeah, that's cool.
And again, this is a Allegheny Midland car that all those decals are me, except for the ACI barcode and the yellow dot. Everything else, it's the joy of being able to do your own stuff.
That's awesome.
So, and I've some other really great proto-freelance and freelance influences. Fortunately for me, I have a lot of friends in the area, and not just in the club I belong to, but also through legacy clubs that didn't exist anymore, but those guys still hung out and did round robin stuff. So in this case, it was the Central Penn Railroad. This was somebody's home amalgamation of what originally was. There was a railroad club in East York and a railroad club in West York, and these were what was left of the West York guys. And the funny part for me is my father belonged to that club as a kid until he joined the Navy, and then he came back and then saw some of the writing on the wall and got a house, and so he left the club. But then the West York clubs stopped existing because they also didn't own their own space. So, that issue always pops up sometimes too. But these guys, the club disbanded. Bob Martin had a railroad he built called the Central Penn, not the Penn Central, that freelance line running through Pennsylvania somewhere, that he built in his original house, moved out to a suburb, built one layout, another layout there, and then it was time to make the big push, tore that all down in 1995 and rebuilt pretty much what you see now in this room. And as I did in 2003, Bob was one of the people that I found a website online that had a lot of local layouts that were operating. And I sent an email out saying, hey, I'm local. Would you mind adding me to your crew? And I got the response back, yeah, sure, come over. This is when we have our ops.
Sweet.
If you have this, bring it along. You know, whatever you want to do. So I showed up, and I had heard of Bob and knew him from his online presence in some of the discussion groups, but all the other guys knew my father. And it's kind of funny. Bob went up to the guys and said, John, just start talking. And then Bob was going to go, who does he sound like he's related to? And I kind of took my dad's place in the old group of West York Club guys as far as operate on the layout, and had a blast with them. And that was a really fun, eye-opening experience. That originally it was Digitrax, non-radio, 2-digit addresses only. And then Bob would always go, oh no, we're not going 4-digit addressing. And then he went 4-digit addresses. You know, a few years later, it was, oh no, we're not going to radio. Then he went radio. And then it was, oh, the layout's only staying in this room. And then later he went through 2 walls and added a loop underneath his garage, because he had a slab in his garage, and built a full-on staging yard, a larger additional staging yard. And actually, that's why this dispatcher board got moved where it was. Originally, this was actually in the crew lounge. That this whole area here is the staging yard that got added under the garage. And so he had to build a new dispatcher's panel and all that. So these pictures are from some of his ops. These 2 are actually from a LD-SIG, OPSIG cooperation with the local division, that they had a bunch of railroads operating over that were open over a weekend. That these are guys that said, hey, I want to come up and do that. And then this is from a normal op, but you know, it was a fun single track with, you know, passing sidings railroad that, you know, we all had fun times. Unfortunately, Bob did pass away from a heart attack in 2016, but he did live long enough to have me actually see him in a tie. He wasn't invited to my wedding with some of the crew, and
that's cool.
We all had a fun time, but you know, as you do, life happens. Now, you know, as far as the greater scheme for the Tuckahoe Valley and where it fits in my grand scheme, you know, you can do some awesome things with tools from Google.
Yes, you can.
So this is Google Earth. So right now I live here, and like, so all this dark blue is all Conrail in the late 70s, as fits in my expanded universe. The yellow here is the Mon Pa. All the orange here is Western Maryland. The light blue is a freelance line connected to a former modular club I used to belong to. The light green here is actually Amtrak. This pink line is part of the former Gettysburg and Northern that somewhat still exists, and there's other stuff. What really matters here is this red line coming across here is my take on where the Central Penn Railroad goes. There were also 2 connecting Penn family lines railroads as part of that other people in the Central Penn crew had their own layout. There was Dave Rohrball, who had the South Penn, and that's the pale yellow line here that went through part of southern Pennsylvania. And then there was the West Penn of Dave Trone, who he's currently on his second railroad of a large, but this is a large scale one. He has a 30-foot by 70-foot basement mushroom layout. And
cool.
Yeah, he has 28 scale. He has 28 scale miles in HO.
That's incredible.
So this is the West Penn connecting to the Central Penn. Now the yellow here, shown here, and then the line coming out here is my Tuckahoe Valley.
Okay.
So this now goes from Port Royal, connecting with Conrail, down to Hancock, Maryland, where it connected with Western Maryland. And then this was a tie-in to a former Pennsy, pre-Pennsy subsidiary, working its way over. And originally that line died here on the ex-Pennsy, where the Conrail is now. And then they negotiated some rights east to connect with the Western Maryland here. And this whole mess, Hagerstown is actually right here. And that's where the Norfolk and Western came from the south. Western Maryland connected, the Pennsy connected, and it was kind of the gateway to the Northeast for if you want to get that traffic from the south up, that's where they go. And that's how Norfolk Southern even still does it today, that all the traffic coming through Harrisburg that heads south has to go through Hagerstown.
I didn't know that.
And this is funny for this. This is actually where like their Shenandoah line stops and then the Pennsy and Conrail start. It was from here north that Norfolk Southern was forced to learn when they took over Conrail what multi-track railroading was. Because before that, they only knew what single track with passing sidings were.
Huh.
So what you're seeing here is this light blue, as I said, is an amalgamation of another freelance line that was related to a modular group I was with. But what I really want you to see here is this magenta line here. This goes from, oh, and yes, so the blue here and going this way is the VNO.
VNO, yep, I got you there.
This is where Afton Terminal was. It's prototypically, that's where Staunton, Virginia is. But if you look at the map, this is where Afton Terminal actually is in the VNO. The red line up here, this is the Allegheny Midland with Custer based on, the
Tony
route.
Custer's, yeah.
Yes, this is the route he's drawn that has been in his books. This little B&O line, this is the B&O Philippi branch that came off at Midland. And the Western Maryland coming down here with the Thomas sub, this connects through the same stretch where he has that Western Maryland rights down through Durban and all that. This all lines up exactly with how Tony had it. And then this green straight line that I don't have a lot of details on is the Virginia Midland, just showing how that ties in here with, connecting Pittsburgh to the south that way.
Okay.
But the magenta line here is the Grand Valley. So here it is tying in with the Afton, at Afton with the VNO, and it went its way up to Hancock. So as I said in my premise, the Grand Valley tried to go it on its own, didn't want to merge with anybody, realized it was losing money hand over fist, and basically sold everything lock, stock, and barrel to the VNO and the Tuckahoe Valley, because the Tuckahoe Valley gave it a interchange partner at Hancock that it could get further traffic north and skip the mess of traffic in Harrisburg and Philadelphia. And through additional connections that I don't have drawn, would be able to work its way up to New York, upper New York State, and New England, avoiding the mess of Baltimore, Philly, and Harrisburg.
It's basically the I-95 bypass.
Yeah. And so the way I view it is, the VNO had like a majority stake that they had like 51%. The Tuckahoe Valley had a 49% stake. And so they're running bridge traffic back and forth from Hancock down to Afton. Yeah, they're serving what customers were left, but it's that bridge line traffic between the Mid-Atlantic and lower Appalachian area up to the Northeast.
That's cool.
So I'll have a direct VNO tie-in with a good reason to have VNO run through power on freight transfer runs now.
Yes.
So in a larger sense now, here's the Grand Valley division of a, VNO Tuckahoe Valley shared trackage. The green here is the South Mountain division, which goes from right here's McConnellsburg south to Hancock. There's also this light green line, which I've had fun with. That is what I'm identifying as a former privately owned railroad that was owned by U.S. Silica and Sand. In this valley is the Orsicani Sandstone Formation. Okay. And because of that, here is the Berkeley Run quarry for sand along the B&O. Up in Mapleton, up here along the former Pennsy Conrail, was also another U.S. Silica glass quality sand quarry that they were getting a crap ton of covered hoppers outbound of glass product. So then they found another easy to reach seaman here and formed their own railroad called the Cashton and Vale. Now here's the fun part. That's my dad's freelance line.
Oh, nice.
So
you tied it all together.
So full tie-in, the Tuckahoe Valley's corporate overseer does 100% full buyout of the Cashton and Vale and absorbs them into their railroad. And then right here is the Otter Creek branch of the Central Penn that ties into that. So now what I'm doing is I'm modeling essentially in an ironic way, because of the Central Penn connection that I wanted to have, I'm actually modeling my dad's former route under Tuckahoe Valley ownership, and then I'm doing a live interchange with the Central Penn. And what's highlighted here is what I'm actually modeling on my layout now.
So let's just tie this in. This fits right in with the topic of the show. Like you've put a lot. I mean, how much thought did you put into like essentially tying all of these systems together? Because now it has a purpose, right?
Yeah,
it's a system that moves freight from
Yes.
point A to B to C, right? So how long did that take you to kind of pull all this together?
Well, initially, the Google Earth map thing and tracing out all the lines was a COVID downtime project that
Yep, sure.
you know, I had nothing better to do, and I was still in an apartment at that point, and it was let's drill everything out and decide what of this mess you want to model, even if it means you're still, you know, prototypically doing your work. You can at least show on a map, these are all the connections that feed to why there's this traffic going here.
Yeah.
Because even the initial layout that I tore down, I was going to include trains on the schedule that would have been interchange trains with the Allegheny lines, the Tuckahoe Valley stuff, the Central Penn family lines, that, like the Reading had their infamous Alpha Jets that they ran that were high-speed guaranteed scheduled freight traffic. For the Central Penn, I was going to run what they called a Penn Jet that went from one of their interchange points down through Conrail's Yard, York area, touched my freelance lines, and then ran back down to like greater Baltimore area as a guaranteed through freight connection for these freelance lines to get the traffic that helped make them survive. And I know you've talked about this in other episodes that, again, I have a very analytical mind from,
Right.
you know, look at the detail orientation from doing decals that
Yep.
you need a legitimate reason for your railroad to exist. So it needs to make money. So how does it make money? It's bridge traffic and online customers. And of course, in the 70s, there was still hold-ons for, you know, there's still, to somewhat degree, a public delivery track in almost every other town before that traffic generally went away to LCL and BIDS terminals. That, you know, that's any car industry. And then other than that, it's kind of the greatest hits of the big guys that you want to model. So, you know, but that's how I made everything fit. And this is, you know, initially the map was created during COVID. And then as I started to flesh out, you know, the map was created during COVID. I got the house. I figured out what I wanted to model. That didn't work. So then I was like, okay, let me flesh this out a little harder. So this way I can model Tuckahoe Valley and show the backstory of how it came to be. You know, that's everybody's problem. If they want to be a serious, but, you know, freelance railroader, yeah, you can do whatever you want, but it sounds more fun if you can come up with a legitimate reason for it to happen. You know, that's freelancing is like a subset of model railroading. I always tell people with model railroading, you can be as much or as little as you can do, as much or as little as you want with it, right? Because anybody can do anything, and that's model railroading. It can be a 4x8, it can be a 30x70 Empire. That's model railroading. You know, you can bag groceries at the grocery store, or you can be a doctor that just did heart surgery and kept somebody alive. You're still a model railroader, just like that other guy.
Right. Oh yeah.
You know, the hobby levels the playing field, but everybody does it. It's just to what degree do they do it? Yes, freelancing is an easy route, but if you want to be prototypical about how your railroad works, it's actually harder to do, in my mind,
it is,
than picking a prototype, because with a prototype, everything's done for you. You just look up in a book, you know, magazine, a drawing, say, this is how they did it. I'll do it this way. Whereas with the freelance, it's, I need to come up with something that feels good to me. I want that plausible backstory. And so I did come up with something that is very fun for how the Tuckahoe Valley happened for me.
Yeah.
Before the Tuckahoe Valley TVRR, there was another TVRR. So this is the Tuscarora Valley Railroad that's connected with the Pennsy here in Port Royal. But this was a 3-foot gauge, narrow gauge line that initially was created because down here around Honey Grove, there were potash deposits. And so somebody locally said, I want to interchange these with the Pennsy to get, stuff out the market. There was also a significant amount of hardwood lumber on line too. Pennsylvania was full of virgin hardwood hemlock forests. So, a lot of this traffic was also lumber. So initially it was built to access the potash deposits. Of course, the line being narrow gauge didn't, necessitate an easy interchange to the Pennsy, but they did what they could. There was also a lot of local farmer traffic with dairy and, crops and that kind of stuff. They only made it as far as Blair Mills. And by basically 1933, they had petitioned the ICC to abandon, and by the spring of 1934, they ceased to exist. What I'm doing in my tweaking of history was, instead of getting abandoned, a conglomerate of businessmen in the Philly area wanted a bridge line to get traffic out of the south to the northeast, and so they formed this umbrella corporation that started buying interests in like the Grand Valley and the Cashton Vale and the Tuckahoe Valley and the Tuscarora Valley, and they also formed their own railroad with the goal and vision of building the Tuckahoe Valley as a major line, but kept all the hands moving in different shells that nobody saw the big picture until everything connected, and then the next day they flipped the switch, said there's a new name in town, and all these are now part of this. And it's funny doing some of that research to genuinely look if there were some well-to-do, wealthy, old money families in the Northeast that had these kinds of grudges and connections that did this kind of thing. The Vanderbilts were well known for doing that with the Northern Central, with the New York Central, the Van Swergens with the Nickel Plate and that kind of thing. Although research does not indicate it was so for the DuPont family, I'm saying that one of my Philadelphia, Greater Philly, Wilmington area businesses is the DuPont family funding this as a way to they want the resources for their own plants. So, they formed their own transportation system to get, the hardwood lumber to make charcoal, to make gunpowder, and all the chemicals that make their chemicals and that kind of stuff. So, again, more research upon research upon research that, I'm sticking the road in Pennsylvania. As with any state, the state has certain things that people have said, this is us, and we want to identify this as being our brand. So for Pennsylvania, ideally, the state animals, the white-tailed deer, the state flowers, the mountain laurel, the state insect is the firefly. The nickname is the Keystone State because it was in the middle of the original 13 colonies. The state tree, it's the eastern hemlock, which it had a lot of in its virgin forests. And then here's my absolute favorite one. The PA state amphibian is the eastern hellbender, aka a salamander, and is that lovely brownish looking thing with legs you see in the picture. There's an awesome tie-in for this, and you're gonna love it. So there's a great website out here that I know I did not prep you, and I'm sorry for this for the show notes.
No, that's all right.
Called Appalachian Railroad Modeling by Dan Bork. This is a deep dive rabbit hole of a website talking about moving Appalachian products, primarily coal, all over. It has listings of all the original legacy Appalachian lines railroaders that touched coal up through the 70s with merger partners into modern railroading. And, so he has information that he knows about each railroad on the site. And then one of the things he does, like I show here, is Dan Bork is talented enough. He's drawn up, these are hand-drawn track plans done by Dan. And I found this one I really liked, regardless of prototype, that it just kind of fit for my space, that when I was looking for some inspiration and for some ideas, I found this plan and said, hey, this works. If I unfold it, I should be able to make it fit in my room. that's 12 by 40.
Oh yeah, I suppose.
So this is how I went up doing my staging. The railroad is going to be in a continuous loop. I have 2 staging yards.
Mhm.
Then I come up. Here's my first main level, and so just like on there, this is that turntable that you see here for what he has on here as being Minerva Yard. But now I've expanded the size of that peninsula, and oh yeah, so this is Hellbender Yard.
There you
Because it
go.
goes around that
'Cause
U shape, so there's Hellbender Yard.
Yeah,
Keeping it named after the state symbols. Again, I'm an Eagle Scout, so here's Eagle Point.
like
The state insect is Firefly. Conveniently, this is where my utility company is going to be located.
I like this.
So this is my second deck. And just like on that plan, what it is that you have to run the whole railroad, that this helix goes from the lower level to the top level, that you normally would come from here. It comes out of staging up into the yard. Then you leave the yard, go into the helix, up, around, and you pop out on this top deck. I have on here Shawnee Pass. The name's still TBD, but because the main yard is below this, and with you don't want to conflict your operators too much. This is basically my big sexy Bridgewater road scene up on the top deck that doesn't interfere with the main yard and all that mess below it. That'll be that boom scene. Flips around here to Mount Laurel, named after flower. You have to come around here to Whitetail Junction, where you have this live interchange with the Central Penn. Comes around into the town of Hemlock, where my main cement plant's going to be, and back down into this hidden section of trackage. And this is actually just underneath this upper deck, hidden but there, that dives back into the helix and then goes back down to the lower level and pops out here at Spring Gap, comes around into Eagle Point, and then down into the staging. And that's your continuous loop with the Tuckahoe Valley for the South Mountain Division.
Holy smokes.
So what it is, Hellbender Yard is that small divisional yard that's online that gets the feed from that main classification yard in the middle of the system. And then from here, all those locals will radiate out of it. So what I have here is at Firefly, it's a switch. There's a giant passing siding that's going to go in here at Spring Gap, and you get in here to Firefly, and then there's a rotary dumper, which we'll talk about. Actually, here, let me move this way. So then, by each town, also up on here in the top deck. So this is the Central Penn. I have its own 5-track staging yard, 4 stubs with a fiddle. And then this is the town of Locust Grove that I'll talk about. Crosses the Otter Creek here. Then comes into the town of Otter Creek, and then dives in to Whitetail Junction with a working interchange with another freelance during the session. So, as I'll show in my train order sequence, I make sure that traffic happens, because it's not as much of a guaranteed connection, but it's good to make sure that those cars are in place when those trains move. You need to think through this scheduling of work. Also, with only doing 3 decks and 1 helix now instead of 4 and 4, I've also made sure to more generously space my decks. That the top is at 60 and a half from the top of plywood, the bottom is at 38 and a half, and the staging is only 10 inches underneath that. So there's plenty of spacing.
Still massive layout. Oh,
I know. I know it's still 40 by
beautiful.
10, but it's single track passing sidings freelance. That is less railroad in the same space and a more achievable and more accomplishable design.
Yeah.
So, by town, and, the fun of doing the research is I've designed everything in AutoCAD, and then I can, diagram out what are my industries, what are the commodities. So in Excel, I popped out, for creating car cards eventually. Here's the town. In the greater Harrisburg area, the guys operate with, if you go into an old issue of the dispatcher's desk from the OPSIG, Ray Fisher wrote an article on his car card system, and basically it was a color-coded system to make it easier for operators to come in. I know guys like to do the prototypical thing, but if you have newbie operators that don't understand the paperwork, the color code thing is great to really
Yes, it
easily orient them with how the road works. So everything has a different color code. But then, as they've been building the railroad, then you can fill in how many spots will actually be there, so you can know what your traffic numbers are going to be for creating car cards, what your commodities are, any notes on those commodities, if there's any specific thing routing wise, then what those car types are.
Yep.
So part of the fun is, doing some fun industries. The main industry here is a rock quarry. But also, I have political products up there that's actually named for an anagram of two friends that are really good, that I took their first names and played with moved some letters around.
Yep.
And also one of them is in the construction business and remodeling. So I said, hey, why not a roofing materials place?
There you go.
So, and also Nicholas Home Fuel. I have a very good friend of mine, Nick Hovey, that his parents and family have been in the oil business for a very long time up in northwestern Pennsylvania. He's actually part of the crane operators union, and he gets to be a crane operator during refinery shutdowns all over the U.S., among other things. But I have other things called out to him in what I model, but I thought this would be another fun call out to Nick to have his own industry with doing fuel oil online, in addition to everything else happening here. Now, this Penske boxcar, yeah, it's fine, but it has these roof patches because the Penske converted some of these for carrying coal tar pitch for asphalt and shingle products. So I'm going to model one of these cars that's bringing coal tar pitch asphalt products to this, roofing materials company.
Yep.
And fortunately, I have connections with the archives. I can do that searching. I found the drawing that shows the actual hatches on the doors of boxcars. So I can model it prototypically and eventually do these cars.
So can you explain to me what that product is? Is it like a granular type of thing, or is it like a slurry? What's in there?
Because it's a pitch, I believe it's more of a slurry type product. I think it's a slurry, but not like tar.
Not like really viscous tar, right?
I don't think it needed to be heated to be viscous for unloading. But I haven't found out enough information to determine that. But still, knowing the background of the car and what it hauled, I'm going to have one. It's my
right.
Because now I can exercise rule number 1. A, it's a freelance, and B, is definitely my railroad. I can do what I want.
Yeah, right.
No,
100%.
And the fun thing is doing that ORER research, in the late 70s, that this car was still as you see it in Penske paint in 1975. Now,
That's
granted,
crazy.
and it lasted like this because it was in this specific service. If it was in general service, it would have been scrapped or repainted. But you find out cool things like this. And now, granted, that I say I start modeling my road in 78, but I do have a few things to hang on and hold on like this because, again, it's my railroad.
Right. Rule number 1.
But as I said, Bob Martin, the Central Penn, were a very big influence in me enjoying the freelance thing. This was the town of Potter on the Central Penn. It was a quarry, and it was one of my absolute favorite jobs to work on Bob's Railroad. The traffic was awesomely insane. That this is one of these that you'd see a train with a ton of covered hoppers and stone traffic running the road, and you knew that was the Potter job. And it just was a fun area to switch. That you had the head house, the filter, conveyor over to the bag house, and then from here was also connected up to the silos. And the way it all worked, it flowed. I loved it. I took Bob's track plan and flipped it 180 degrees to fit, and I'm modeling that town, those structures and the layout, basically 100% how Bob had them, and that's what Locust Grove is.
Sure. So Andy Gerber's got a question. What time frame will this layout be?
So I am modeling 1978 to 1981. So it's still that dog's breakfast to color on Conrail. It's still a lot of Western Maryland Heritage units patched for chassis with renumberings, but not in full chassis paint. But there is also chassis floating around. There's still a lot of legacy predecessor railroad equipment floating around that either hasn't been repainted or has been patched. I just love that mess of railroading in that era and the possibilities it gives you. So that's what I'm modeling era-wise. And as I show here, my current status for Locust Grove is track is about 85%. And then my next big steps for here is there's a bridge that goes over the gap here to Otter Creek. And then hooking up all my feeders and running electrical on that kind of thing. So after Locust Grove, and part of my inspiration also for Locust Grove is locally, this is a quarry that is actually up in the small town called Thomasville. This railroad here is the former Western Maryland. This is a limestone quarry. For my first and second, I literally lived 5 minutes over the hill from this. That when I went to elementary school in first and second grade was Thomasville Elementary, which is just over to the right of this. And literally, we were in school, and you could feel the floor shake when they were blasting for limestone underneath. But there are large limestone deposits in the greater York area where I live. So behind this train here, along the same line, 5 miles up, is the J.E. Baker Lime Quarry, where they got lime out of the ground and actually made dolomite from it. And this is a Chessie job that actually my dad shot of working some cars in and out of the Baker facility here. And you get to see more fun cars like gondolas with containers in it carrying aggregate product.
Well, it's just a cool lash up too.
Yeah, I know. Well, and I mean, they're 2 Jeep 9s, but 6410 is a chop nose. But it's this local inspiration. The next town on line is Otter Creek. Now, this is kind of my homage to Bob and what he's inspired me as a mentor and very good friend to do. So, first of all, there's the R. Martin Pipe Company. This building here is actually as modeled by Ken McQuarrie on his railroad. This is his Renovo engine house, but it was originally this was originally formatted from the Walters Allied Rail Rebuilders kit, and he basically
I'll be damned.
restructured the walls, how it looks. I just love the look of the building.
No, it's cool.
That's what I'm basically going to copy for tracks 1, 2, 3, and 4 here. But what I'm also doing, because the building is on the edge of layout, I'm going to build it as an open face that you can see into the building itself. And then also from an operational perspective, it'll be easier to spot cars, that kind of thing. Part of the fun of why I'm doing the R. Martin Pipe Company is Bob had this car on his model railroad. So Andy, what is that in a gondola?
Looks like a pipe.
Yes, this is a load of pipe. I know, it's too bad Oscar Tag isn't here. He'd probably be giggling hysterically like a little girl when he sees this. But that is so what it is, Bob had grandkids that lived next door, and they had this bubble pipe, and one day they brought it over and gave it to him, and it never went home with them, and he kept it and said, okay, this is a pipe load in the gondola. So the load said this is a load of pipe for one of the other Penn Family Lines railroads. And so this would pop out on the railroad during an op session. It's a pipe load. So I will make sure to have a few 40-foot gondolas with bubble pipes in them as a pipe load out of the R. Martin Pipe Company. In addition to, pipe made from styrene, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Over here is the Moyer Flour Mills. Now,
gotta have fun.
Oh, yes. All the time. With Moyer Flour Mills, what it is, Bob's wife, Carol, while she was a awesome cook, guaranteed us to have chicken tenders or chicken nuggets at every op or other warm food goodie at our spread. Her maiden name was also Moyer. And while that probably means nothing to anybody in the podcast, many might be familiar with the Pennsy wreck of the Federal in 1953 in January. This happened about a week before the Eisenhower inauguration in Washington, D.C., that the Federal was a train that originated in Boston, and then when it got to New York, got Pennsy Power, and then ran via Pennsy all the way down to Washington, D.C. as a regular train with New Haven-equipped cars down to D.C. Well, there is a very large tunnel to get out of Baltimore, and due to a mechanical design fault, the first 4 cars of the train were a mix of New Haven cars, and on one of the curves, the car rubbed against another car and closed the angle cock and bottled the air. That they were only getting brakes in the first 4 cars of the train and didn't realize it until the engineer went to make his brake application to arrive in DC Union Station. So, needless to say, that the train with the GG1 did go past the bumping block, which they later found on the roof of the station when it hit it. And the GG1 found itself on the floor of the waiting room and eventually, due to the weight, nuzzled itself down into the baggage room underneath the waiting room. But, and actually it's funny, they disconnected, the people that were riding the end of the train had no idea and just thought they had a rough station stop. Whereas the people in the front knew things were a little more perilous. Nobody got killed, but some people definitely got very injured. The GG1 itself, because of how it got lodged and trying to remove it, they actually boarded over the GG1 and left it in the baggage room of the station until after Eisenhower's inauguration, then took it out, sent it to Altoona and rebuilt it. But the fireman on the train was John Moyer, who is Carol's dad.
Oh, wow.
So I thought that was a fun homage to her dad, John, to name it the Moyer Flour Mills for both her heritage and her dad's.
Oh, that's cool.
And then just for shiggles, everybody needs a good covered hopper industry in a mountain in the middle of nowhere that you always need an aggregate, that isn't flour. A covered hopper for things carrying the things aren't flour. Again, here's my, list out of all the industries, routing notes for respots at the pipe company that, roll inbound, then the car gets empty. So why don't you respot the car for outbound finished product? So, that'll become integral to, car cards when I get to that point. And again, more local inspiration. There's the York Flour Mills here in North New York proper. This mill was actually built pre-19th Civil War. The Confederates did raid the mill during their Gettysburg campaign looking for flour. But this industry still gets cars in today via Norfolk Southern.
That's
but
cool.
again, that deep dive research indicated that they processed 4,000 tons of grain a day making flour. So that's 400-ton cars. So it's easy to see what my outbound cars are when to the spot. They did have a few cars that they actually did lease from GACX, and this is one that's actually marked for York Flour Mills. And again, it's all that fun research behind all this. And I'm even eventually going to construct my flour mill to look like this, that I am using the Walthers ADM grain elevator, but instead of their grain head house, I'm also combining the Walthers, their Great Valley sugar beet mill as my head house because it looks very similar to this.
Yeah, it does.
So now we're going on into the Tuckahoe Valley proper. Here's the yard, some of the industries, everything works here. Always inspired and always.
Here we go.
Yeah, see that great locomotive servicing facility. Here's a great drawing I found in the Penn State Society archives.
Oh, that is so cool.
Yeah.
I just bought 2 books from the C&W Historical Society for engine facilities, coaling towers and sand towers and ash pits and all that stuff. It's fascinating. I love this stuff. Cool, very cool.
And I like this one. There was actually 3 drawings, but this is the one that showed all of the pipes just for one locomotive from one tower. They had the small one that we all know from Stewart Products and all that, but they also did show the full double track facility with all the pipes going everywhere too. But I just loved that, hey, I found this drawing and I can use it as a resource now. And then as far as, a nice medium-sized facility, this was Bob's on his railroad servicing his main yard. And I always loved, as much as I loved doing the locals, I was a great yard monster and a hostler too. And just, seeing diesels on a facility designed for steam and just how it integrated and worked. It's a nice looking thing that I'd love to, it's a great inspiration for modeling.
Yes, it is. Yep.
As far as my big sexy scheme, there's plenty of resources
UP
and all that. Well, it's not UP. It's not UP. It's the scene. I love the bridge. Love the bridge and the water, the road. So this is a inspirational scene to me. It might not be what it'll look like, but it certainly it feeds the itch of I want that awesome boom bridge scene
Yes.
to do eventually. Getting into Mount Laurel. So this is the O&WM Foundry. There is a company in York that was called Bowen McLaughlin, and what they originally did during World War II, they got contracts to rebuild Sherman tanks. And this is actually pictures of their test track after they fixed tanks, making sure the Shermans worked. Also, Large
That's
Industries
cool.
with steel in York was the hydroturbine division of Alice Chalmers. That they made turbines and all that kind of awesomeness. So that all inspired this foundry. So Bowen McLaughlin, originally they had a plant in downtown York. And in the 1960s, they moved out along the Pennsylvania and built this facility. Bowen McLaughlin York, better known as BMY, was later purchased by FMC and became United Defense and did their armaments branch of FMC. And then that was bought out by BAE in like 2000, the mid 2000s or so. Now they're the armament division of BAE for doing defense contract work. And all the vehicles that apply to my era that were built at BMY include the M88, which actually this plant of Bowen McLaughlin invented the M88 platform for the Army. That they originally took M60s and stripped off everything above the tracks and put the retriever platform on it. So this is where they originated, invented, built, and still build M88 retriever platforms today. They also make the M113 platforms for moving people. They do the M109 and all those Paladin variants for the Army as well. And I remember driving past here that, again, this plant is literally 5 minutes from the home I grew up in and my dad still lives in, that you see this lot with nothing but outbound M88s, M109s, Bradleys, and it all came, most of it all came out by rail. I have a friend of mine that I have a few friends that did work for the mom and pa at the time, and he told me a story that one time they were spotting flat cars. They were pulling loaded flat cars out, and somehow one of the cars managed to derail, and it had two M88s on the flat car.
Jeez.
So they told he told the rail agent for BMY what happened, and he said, "I'll be back." You hear this noise, and he comes screaming around the corner with an M88, and the guy hooks up, and he hooks up the hoist to the draft gear, and he pulls it, and it was a small cable, and it snapped. And he said, "I'll be back," and he takes the M88 back again, gets this gigantic ass chain, hooks up the draft gear, and just lifts up and goes, "Where do you want it?" And right back on the rail.
Oh yeah.
So more major manufacturing in yours. This is formerly the S. Morgan Smith Company. Then it became Alice Chalmers. It's currently Precision Custom Components, that they actually make nuclear caskets for holding nuclear reactors and submarines before they go to Iron Mountain to be deposited for their half-life storage. They always bring in DODX flat cars carrying nuclear caskets on it. And then I mentioned Alice Chalmers. This was part of Alice Chalmers. They had the turbine division that they spun off to a separate factory farther out in the suburbs of York, which later that part of Alice Chalmers was spun into a different company that bought it called Voith Hydro. And here they make hydroelectric dam turbines. So when China decided to dam the Yellow River back in the mid-90s, those turbines were made here in York. Because I remember getting a tour of the plant because one of my scoutmasters actually worked here as a welder. So we toured the plant on a late evening, private tour, and got to see the turbines they put in and got to install for the Yellow River damming in China. But they make all those today still.
Yeah, so I work for Oshkosh Corporation, and so we're direct competitor to BAE, right?
Yeah.
But we ship out all of our trucks on. Well, actually, we don't do much in the way of track stuff. So we do the tactical wheeled vehicles, but everything that comes out of Oshkosh goes out on rail.
Yeah,
and it's crazy. These just long strings of military vehicles. It's pretty cool.
Well, and that's the thing, you know, for this, it's not. While when Spring Mills did the car, it was dedicated to. It was telling guys, hey, you do unit culture, you know, you do unit trains of whole military divisions moving.
Yeah. Right.
That in this case is an individual online customer, so you only get a few cars.
Yep.
And it's still the car, still the traffic, just on a smaller scale. That it makes it fun to model it. So these are my inspirations behind it, and then that means these are loads that pictures of stuff that came through York. That, you know, here's M88s on the flat car going to BMY. This and this are two flat cars that went to Precision Custom Components. This is a tarped nuclear casket. You know, this one has the cradle, but the casket's being manufactured here in the plant. And some of it is they got these legacy depressed center flat cars, such as this one. This was a refurbished one that was refurbished by Casgro. My dad shot these two. I actually shot this picture. And this is the door going into their main plant. But, you know, they get these awesome heavy duty cars that makes it, you want to model it. Whereas Alice Chalmers, when they were doing their turbine work, this is actually when S. Morgan Smith was in New York, that they had this car built in 1920 for Holy Francis turbines out of that plant. Ironically, I found a file on this car in the Pennsy Archives that, as you see it, originally this car was built with 50-ton Archbar trucks. They wanted to increase the capacity of the car. So what they do, they put 70-ton crowns on it, as you see. They did nothing else to increase the strength and capacity of the car. And then 10 years later, we're wondering why the bolsters were cracking on the car.
I'd say it probably just came apart.
Yeah, they pretty much broke the car. And basically, they were writing to Pennsy, who was their major shipper of their products, saying, please help us. We broke the car. We want you to design a new one for us. And they did a bunch of stress testing. I'm not sure who built this car, which probably replaced this one for them. But then this car was transferred to Alice Chalmers with ACMX and was one of the cars that worked out of the Voith plant. This is another car built for hauling turbines.
So we had Kevin Tully on from Tully Models. Yeah,
I was just going to bring him up if you hadn't. Yeah. That when Kevin did the car that hauled that transformer thingy, as much as everybody said Alice Chalmers was in New York, this car goes to New York. People didn't like me when I said, here's the block on the car from the equipment register saying the car was assigned to Manitowoc, to the Wisconsin plant.
It was in Wisconsin,
or it went to the Wisconsin plant. So I shared that, and Kevin messaged me through his Steel Mill Facebook page saying, you know, thanks for doing the research. And I said, well, if you want, I have pictures of cars that did go to York. And my dad shot all these black and whites, and I sent him these and many more. And drawings I had. And so Kevin has these to eventually do these. That these were all cars that, again, they were Alice Chalmers assigned for turbines, but they were assigned out of the York plant. So awesome. Kevin does have, because that's, you know, this is a neat looking, it's an extended depressed center that could, you know, get a Walrus car, make it longer, but something like this or even this, it's a oddball kind of thing.
Yep.
But then there's Otto and Wayne Medwig, who I named the foundry after. Otto and Wayne were both members of the club in New York that I still belong to. Otto built the roundhouse you see here for his original home layout. That's about 8x8 square, or I'd say 6x6, 7x7, 8x8 square. And then when Otto passed away and Wayne got that, he incorporated it into his home layout. But Otto was also one of these craftsmen that he built a operating Ferris wheel merry-go-round with the horses going up and down that's on our club layout and still works today. That he was that kind of a tinker, and his son learned how to do that same stuff. That there was also some oddball, weird steam locomotives that they decorated in their own freelance line. Like this thing is, I'm sorry Ostertag had to leave because I think he'd be giggling and could not believe that this is it's a 26662 made from Mantua 262s.
First of all, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That is really cool. Did it run?
So my good friend, who is one of the co-owners of White Rose Hobbies and lives 5 minutes from me that way, got Wayne's layout from him. And Wayne did pass away a few years ago, but got his layout and everything on it. And this is actually the picture of the locomotive on his workbench at his hobby shop. The locomotive runs great in a straight line. It does not work great going around curves.
Yes,
but
yes.
It's still a conversation piece.
Yep, for sure.
But with Otto and Wayne, Otto also did some other cool cars.
Oh wow.
So the top car is based on the prototypical 2906 that the nickel plate had as a press center car. That what I figured out, because when Wayne passed away, I actually got Wayne's photo collection, and there were pictures that his dad took of this car coming to York with the load. That his dad took all these pictures of the car and then scratch built it as you see it. And then again, inspired by the turbine car by Alice Chalmers, he built this brass bash of a thing and found, I guess, some bearing somewhere that was made by the New Departure Company and decorated for them. And Wayne was getting rid of some of his fleet at the time, and I purchased these cars from Wayne. Now they're part of my fleet. So, I named the foundry after him, and now I can, route these fun cars with fun loads in. But also, I have a few brass cars I need to decorate that can also be routed in as heavy-duty cars with fun loads.
Those are nice.
Yeah, that's the top is actually where is it? Yeah, so the top car and the middle car are both E&P Associates brass imports. The bottom is a Overland car. Next town is Whitetail Junction with the interchange with the Central Penn. I have a brick plant on here because brick plants are always fun and generate some fun commodities. I have a truck dump on here inspired by the picture in the lower right of former P&LE hoppers used as the truck dump. Because of, at the time, I was freelancing in the Tuckahoe Valley and doing some steam era stuff too. I have some 2-bay hoppers decorated for the Tuckahoe Valley. I'm going to weather the heck out of them and then turn that into my trunk dump.
Yeah, there you go.
I have a plastics plant here, Sony Inc., that gets plastic pellets inbound and does outbound microchips. So again, I have a local plastics plant nearby in York, kind of the inspiration for that. And then my big industry here, which I know Mike Rose has talked about, is a food plant. In York County alone, we have a ton of food manufacturers. The top is Frito-Lay. The bottom left is Utz Potato Chip Factory in Hanover. And then on the lower right is the Hanover Brands Company in Hanover. So that's 3 rail-served food companies in York. Snyder's of Hanover, and which is now part of Campbell's company along with Hanover Brands. Some of them currently get served rail, some don't. But as far as the grand scheme of things in York County, there's Martin's Potato Chips, Hanover Brands, Stauffer Biscuit making the original animal crackers. And historically, York is the home of the peppermint patty. Also, a guy by the name of H.B. Reese lived in southern York County and would make candy at home and then sell it to people along in that part of the county by riding the Ma and Pa. And then when he had all his money at the end of the week, he'd take the train to downtown York and go to his bank and deposit it. Well, Mr. Reese, when he passed his way, his children weren't as into the candy selling as he was, so they sold the recipe to Hershey with the caveat that they keep his name on his most famous product, the peanut butter cup.
Ha!
And so Reese's peanut butter cups also originated in York County. So I've plenty of inspiration for a snack food company on my line.
Yes, you do. Yeah, plausibility abounds.
Yes, and part of the fun is some of these factories during the summer do have factory open houses, and actually York County is known as the factory tour capital of the U.S. because in addition to these, There's also a Harley-Davidson final assembly plant and a few other manufacturing facilities that offer tours during select weekends in the summer.
Huh.
Next is the town of Hemlock. This is the primary industry here is a cement plant, and I had a lot of fun trying to figure out what I wanted to name it. And I said, wait a second, I'll do a callback to an old school freelance railroad that's kind of famous, and this is the Delta
lines.
This is the Delta Cement Company.
Yeah.
So I figured out, in homage to Frank Ellison, what he did with his modeling. So again, prototypical references here. This is originally the Medusa Cement Company in West York, served on this side by the Western Maryland, and there was actually a run-through track here on their bulk products building here that ran up to the Pensy. Again, having friends that work for the local short line, this is the track plant map showing what commodity went to what track. It's nice to have friends. And then here's an aerial of the plant from the same side as drawn as the map, and this is the back side showing the Pensy interchange and all these Pensy hoppers sitting here on the interchange. So what I did is I took this plant, and this is a night shot I took of the plant in the late 2000s. But what I did is I took that plant design and flipped it to fit my arrangement that now it's coming towards me getting served that way instead of prototypically we've been going in that way into the plant. And then for Shiggles, more fun traffic, I have a furniture company. There's an Agway dealership, and of course everybody needs
to have one of those.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then, again, notes that I'm going to make it in here that whoever switches this with the local has to pay attention to where cars are being routed, because I'm keeping a possibility here for other outbound traffic being picked up by the central pen. Because the way I want to work the central pen is that one person is assigned as the crew to work all the towns there. And this is if you work all those and still have time, then you make up a train for this and shift this too. Then next on the lower level is Spring Gap. There's a mix of things going on here. Everybody needs a scrapyard on the railroad. It's a great way to get guns in, easy traffic source. Had some room here, so I put in a wallpaper plant based on one that was in New York. Doesn't receive anything by rail anymore, but does still put out wallpaper product. And then everybody needs a grocery wholesaler that you can have a great excuse for those Atherton reefers with sound.
Oh,
yeah,
or just RBL box cars.
Those two, but
yeah.
you can buy those reefers that Atherton made that fit your era and have a sound car in it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
The other big thing on the lower level is Firefly, the utility company. Originally, I had a Firefly Electric Company, and then for reasons I renamed it as the Firefly Utility Company to be a little bit more friendly, to be open-minded with some things. But this is a fully coal-fired power plant with outbound materials because of that. So you'll get the outbound, fly ash, gypsum, slag from, burning coal.
Yep.
There's transformers, there's poles for your electric stuff. Track number 5 here, I have heating fuel for an inbound power company. Why do you need heating fuel? My dad took this awesome picture. These are the car heaters at the paper mill for the coal dumper.
Yeah, you gotta warm up the load so it dumps out.
And then this FMC rotary dumper, I have a formerly PP&L, now owned by Exelon Energy coal-fired power plant that is about 5 miles north of my in-laws, served by Norfolk Southern now, and they rotary dump PP&L unit coal hoppers every day. And the power company guys are actually pretty friendly. You can walk right up to the fence and take pictures. They don't care as long as you're careful.
Yeah.
So this is a picture of the rotary dumper. Now, I am going to put a Walters rotary dumper in place. However, I'm being smart about this and not going to make it operational. I'm just going to try and do an Arduino with a buzzer to say it takes a minute to dump the car. When it beeps, get the next car. This way I don't have to worry about the mechanicals of all that nonsense. I'll simulate it, but just not make it work per se. You know.
Well, did you see did you watch NS Modelers 24?
Yes.
Yeah, and did you see the mishap that happened with his mechanical rotary cold up there?
I think so. So my buddy I mentioned, Dave Trone with the West Penn and the Huge Railroad.
Yeah.
He has a mechanical engineering background and it's a multi-deck. His model railroad, he has it that there's a coal mine on his lower level with live loads.
Yeah.
And you can open the valve and do the gate and everything, and he has it. You can load per track with a modified Walther's New River coal mining. The deck above it is the rotary dumper, and yes,
right.
he has the system set up that you dump it into a hopper, which then has an air activated reed switch that shoots it up a pipe into a main hopper.
Yep.
And then there's a feed from that hopper through the backdrop into the coal mine that it's essentially a closed system once it gets dumped.
Yeah, right. So it's just the loads feed the load outs for the mine. Yeah,
so
cool.
So this is the Firefall Utility Company. Being the late 70s modeler I have built my own Conrail patched hopper unit coal train. I've also done a chassis era, an all chassis late 70s train, but I figured why not have some fun with it? It'd be neat to have a third train. I was like, hey, I'll do the roundhouse Ortner rotary gondolas. So I can do my own graphics. I traced the car and came up with the Firefly Utility Company. And
it's a lease.
I got a little creative with the reporting marks. I did consult my very close cadre of friends of, hey, guys, what do you think? And every one of my friends that I'd put in my crew that I sent this picture to said, John, this is an awesome idea. I can't believe you do this awesome stuff. But I love the idea, love the concept. It looks great. And they couldn't believe even the lightning bug logo with the light bulb with the wings. I kind of didn't get inspiration from the Reading Beeline logo, but this is me being kind of lazy in my modeling that I didn't want to paint. I picked the color blue, but I didn't want to paint the opposite color for the rotary end. So whichever end has the bug on it is the end that has the rotary end of the hopper. But all that was because I have the graphics background, can find a fun looking font, draw up a logo, and off we go to town.
Yeah. Well done.
And Eagle Point is the great homage to, the biggest and best industry that everybody that's been on your podcast, like Mike Rose and those guys will tell you, it's, John Parker, it's that paper plant.
Yep. Paper mill.
This is the paper mill based on the paper mill in Spring Grove that I do have a full loop in here. The industry trackage in here is arranged that you could have a loop. It was utilized more for accessing all points of the mill. But I do have this as a full loop in here that it kind of follows how the setup of things are with here in the plant in Spring Grove. And I'm fortunate that, here's all the commodities that would go into that kind of plant. So being a kid and having a parent that worked for Gladfelder made that you got one of these awesome posters. Yeah, it's a little beat up when I finally got through the scanner about 10 years ago, but they had this poster that showed the entire paper making process on how they made it, the whole process involved. And of course they even printed this on their own paper to hand out. But cool things like that. And of course I could then draw out the track plan for the mill and then pick my dad's brain and say, what's here, what's here, what's here. And he told me everything, what the chemical was, inbound, outbound, all that great stuff that I could pick his brain and then have the best research available for doing a paper mill.
So what are you bringing in? Like, are you bringing in paper pulp or are you gonna? Yeah, go ahead.
So this will bring in wood chips, as you see. There are piles because depending on what the paper commodity that's getting mixed is, it's a mix of hard and soft wood. The paper mill in Spring Grove, which is still in operation today, actually, I guarantee you, you use something that they make every day. So the Spring Grove plant was and still is a specialty paper plant. So that means they don't make the paper that you put in your printer. They don't make newsprint. They don't make recycled stuff.
Probably make toilet paper.
So no, so the Gladfooter plant, what they make is book paper for New York Times hardbound bestsellers.
No kidding.
Actually, their biggest single one-time order was for the last Harry Potter book.
Fair enough.
But one of the other things that they make here that everybody uses, and actually I know the guy that developed the paper and holds and still gets that cha-ching money from when they use it, is peel and stick postage stamp paper.
Oh, sure.
So they make the paper before it gets the stamp stuff printed on it. One other thing that maybe a very young Andy Dorsch, or maybe Andy Dorsch's father might have used in the late 70s, early 80s, is right here where L is the finished paper end of the plant. Where M was, and this building here, these are the coaters. So this is where they took paper and then coated it with a glossy substance to give it that awesome, shiny look for something, say, in a magazine, like Center Spreads in a certain magazine that focuses on bunnies was made in this plant in the 80s, late 70s and 80s.
Yep.
Yeah.
Centerfoldy type stuff.
Yes, centerfoldy, great big picture stuff
that
you see in a magazine with the bunny on the cover. That paper was made here in the 80s. And again, that's all tank cars of clay slurry.
Yep. Yeah.
So as far as the operating scheme, I'm doing kind of the spoke and hub kind of deal that there's a bunch of locals serving out of Hellbender, but there is also interchange traffic. Here's everything for the Tuckahoe Valley and how I kind of envision things, and also dictating out how many for that interchange traffic from the yard if I would need a track and staging. There's a few notes here for operating that some stuff wouldn't operate all the time. I don't need a ballast train every session. I have unit cold train. So it's what road do I want to run? In here, there's a local just for swapping out the interchange yard at Whitetail for Central Penn. So I have a note here that will always be the first train out of the session to swap those cars. So when the Central Penn job goes to do that swap again, there's cars to feed it.
Right.
You need to think through those logistics. And then here's the layout for everything for the Central Penn. And again, everything's color coded how it would be on my car cards. Here's all the non-freelance connections with Conrail, Western Rail, and Chessie. And then my Proto-Freelance connections with the V&O. This is the transfer from Afton and back. Also, that other line, that was that modular group I belonged to, their railroad was close to Mount Airy and Western. So I have allowances for that, more color coding. With everything that gives me about 15 tracks worth I need in staging. And I know here's the fun part. Tony always talks, Tony Custer always talks about making you have room for what you need and more. But I've done the operational research, have it diagrammed here in my spreadsheet that I know this is what I need to run my railroad, that this is what I need storage track wise in staging. So this is my diagrams of staging, and this is essentially where things are going to be assigned. I haven't quite finished fleshing out the sequence of trains for a session yet, but this at least shows that I've planned for everything and where it will fit in staging, and still have some room left over for some other oddball things. Yeah. That again, it's all that planning. So this way you can, you do the logistics planning of how you're going to run your railroad now. So this way when you design it, it's already there, and you don't have to do after the fact planning going, oh, I didn't do enough here. I made sure to calculate for it. It's all that you have to do all that groundwork to make sure it's good, and you're not playing the makeup game later.
And that's what I'm doing right now, is playing the makeup game, because I didn't plan far enough ahead when I started building, and I'm having the staging conundrum right now. And this is like, I wish this,
well, so here. Well, here, go ahead, Andy, and then I'll do this. Yeah.
No, finish, John, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, no. So as I said, this is the previous layout. Everything was fully down by February 7th of 2024.
Yeah.
February 11th, 2024, because I had already drawn this up in CAD and had ready to go, that wall where the paper plant and the cement plant are going to sit went up. There's staging for the north staging that went up that weekend or that following weekend.
Yep.
So give me a minute. I'm going to kill this.
Okay.
And then move into just a picture album. But anyway, you said you were playing catch up.
Yeah, so basically I didn't do the staging planning because now we're starting to think about operations for the railroad here, and I don't have enough staging to facilitate all this trains that need to come on and off the layout. And so now I have to figure out where in the heck am I going to put it? How am I going to, effectively, realistically bring trains on and off the layout? And it's become a bit of a mind bender. And I wish I would have done this planning early on in my process. So now I'm not having the heartache that I'm having right now.
Okay.
But yeah, it is a struggle.
So as I said earlier with the layout that was there before doing the Tuckahoe Valley, I realized that the costs involved with a larger layout can be a little overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
The layouts I've built, it's usually plywood sub road bed with cork. And that's what I like to use personally. I have some friends that have done Homosote. It's a tough product to get these days, depending on where you're at. And it can be a very messy process. And it's not for me. Everybody has
Right.
the thing. Some people like Microsoft. Some people like, Apple. Some people like
Sure.
decals. Some people like decals. Some people like DCC. Some people are weird and still like DC. Some people like NCE. Some people like Digitrax.
Yeah.
So I like cork. The whole goal of the Tuckahoe Valley was being, working smarter, not harder here.
Okay.
I knew there were definitely expenses involved. So when it came to, industrial areas, the game in town for cork and model routing is Midwest Products.
Yeah.
And that's it, basically.
Yep. Right.
However, with a little bit of research and that river down in the South America called the Amazon, I found out about a company that's actually based out of Greater Buffalo that they make sheet cork.
Oh, yeah.
For like floor insulation or cork boards or that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is a bulk purchase I made of cork that is 2 foot by 3 foot with pressure sensitive adhesive attached to one side from the factory. So by the size, this was cheaper than buying the Midwest sheet cork. And yes, this has more than what I need, but whatever I have left, I can sell to other people at a cost that's still cheaper than buying it from Midwest in smaller sizes.
Oh my Gideon. No. I mean, awesome. This is awesome.
Yeah,
and a great find. And it's just, oh man, I think I've probably put a few kids through college on how much Midwest cork I've bought.
I know. Well, and that's, that's the scary
and that's good.
Well, it's scary. You look at these industries that you don't just need the strips, you need the sheet if you really want it to look good and have a building that matches and all that.
Yeah.
Like, there's got to be an easier way. And I found this company, and before I did the Tuckahoe Valley thing, I was buying smaller sized sheet cork from them on Amazon in like 5-packs with PSA attached to it. But then I would get a postcard from them every package saying, buy direct from us in bulk. And I finally went on their website and like, dude, I can get this in bigger sizes. And so that's what I've been doing now. So these are all pictures I took on Monday. So it was easier for me to do this than kind of show an in progress thing. But this is where I'm at as of right now. This is
Oh, wow.
door going into my model railroad. It, the room had LVT on the floor, but this is where I sit right now with things, bottom of my steps. Yes, I do have a sticker collection, but I wanted to be, I got to the point I was going to replace my door eventually and then put all the stickers in the door. And I'm like, you know what? I have this awesome HVAC duct in my room. Although it's
Yeah.
a pain in the butt with some things, why don't I just turn the stickers into magnets? And that's what I've been doing. I've been buying the magnet material and turning stickers into
That's what
magnets.
Mike's done with all of his too. He's made them
Yeah.
all magnets.
So I do have stickers. If anybody wants to trade, please send me a message on my Facebook page. I've already gotten a bunch, and there's some I've added since I took this picture, but that's where my stickers wind up. Turn the magnets. So, here I am going into the room, and that's that little alcove. Like I said, it's a non-issue for me, and there will be backdrop going up eventually that while the blue painted cedar blocks are great, what I am going to do is get sheet styrene, and you can get, I went on that one to Amazon, and you can get, it's like metal strip with an adhesive 3M backing. You can attach it, and then you can get magnet strip, and then that'll hold it up against the wall. And then it only projects off the wall by like 1/8 of an inch.
That's pretty slick.
Yeah. So there's going to the room. There will be eventually a bridge going from staging to staging, but that's a later issue.
Sure. Right.
As you do. So this is pretty right. So, part of the fun also of having the central pen up here is I have room for stuff underneath. So this is actually a shelf storage for magazines and some other stuff. Over here is workbench, and then I have the drawers. This wall. So here's the fun thing. So as I talked earlier with decals, I worked for Rapido.
Yeah.
I learned from Jason Schron that when it comes to posting progress on about your layout on social media, to keep people engaged, you always want something to post. So I've been delaying my progress posts on my layout page by say a month to 3 months. This way I can always work on something. If I, hit a dead spot and I work on something less sexy, there's always pictures, and I'll try and put something up every week, 2 weeks. But this way there's always showing, progress.
Yep.
However, I know that means then for everybody that's watching tonight, they'll go, John, you've been lying to us. It's all been a web of lies, fake news. Well, yes, that's true, but I've done some awesome progress since then, because my last layout progress picture showed I was just building half of this wall. That happened during my Christmas vacation.
It's made a lot of progress since then.
Well, yes. So this is all of that. I got cross pieces in, did L girders out of 3/4 inch ply. Also made sure to tie in that wall to the ceiling here to do a little bit less deflection. That fun stuff. And then this is the wraparound eagle point with the paper mill will be on this level. This is the ramp coming up from staging. This is where the cement plant will be at Hemlock, and then the line coming down to then duct into the tunnel here and go underneath this top deck over to the helix to do that continuous running line. And yeah, so all that sheet cork means I could lay this down in pieces and cut it to fit.
Yeah, and then you just draw your track plan right on top of it, and you're out of there.
Of course, part of the fun is I am using the Waller's Valley cement to be the basis of my plant, and they have that awesome 17.5 inch tall concrete smokestack, which it's only 13.5 from the top of cork to the bottom of the HVAC duct. So it's probably going over here somewhere, but the issues of having to deal with having creature comforts in your house.
Right. Silly heat.
Yeah. And, it is funny too that, Mike left because he's going to be enjoying some time in Hawaii, but these are the Berlina LED light strips that originally got the idea from watching a clinic from Bill Schneider before I went to Rapido, and then got to go visit his layout and see them in person.
Yeah. They're pretty slick.
Yeah.
Those lights. Yeah.
So, more of that, I got a lot of the cork in for Hemlock. This is, more hemlock overviews. So right now, staging levels in and track is in. I need to finish doing the electrical. I want to finish doing the electrical work and make sure both track power and, more importantly, tortoise routing works before I cover it up.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
So a lot of it's you need to do this before you do that kind of thing, and that's kind of why I've made great progress in getting my bench work done, because it's this can get worked on because it's not waiting for something else to get done.
Right.
But I am quickly approaching that point of I need to do some things before I do things over here. But it's all part of the game, and everybody knows that if they wind up building a layout. Literally, this was what I was doing Monday before they took those pictures. That I got the bench work in here for Whitetail Junction in last Sunday. I put in 25 feet of bench work to basically kind of complete that. And I got a good portion of the plywood up that was from the draw lines and the plywood to figure out where my cork was going to go. And that's all this. And it's kind of funny, due to the fellowship of Facebook, in the summer last year, somebody posted in another group I was in of their grandparents basically passed away. His grandfather had a layout. They don't live in the area anymore, but needed help removing the layout.
Yeah,
so
right.
I responded saying, "Hey, I'm local. What do you have? Where are you?" And I found out where they are. He told me what he had, sent me a few pictures, and I said, "Yeah, sure, I can do this." And I brought my Team Yellow tools down there and sweated my butt off in their basement because they turned off all the utilities because nobody was living there anymore, and it was that awesome July heat wave. But basically, I was told whatever you cut out, you can keep. So I removed all the track, kept all the track flex I could, and removed all the plywood. And I have a Chevy Equinox, and I cut all the pieces to fit in my Equinox. And when I left, I had I had the equivalent of like 5 4x8 sheets of plywood that I basically had blood, sweat, and tears that I had to pay, and that was it. Which the price of wood these days is pretty awesome.
Sheet of plywood.
So that's why some of it has the painting on it. It was salvaged, but you remove all the, and that's the thing. Fortunately, when his grandfather built the layout with one minor strip width section, all the cork was stapled on and not glued. So all I had to do was remove all the staples and the cork came right off. Yeah. A lot of time was spent watching podcasts, mindlessly pulling staples.
Yep, exactly.
But yeah, this is looking down that other, so all this got put in.
How wide are your aisles, roughly?
I tried to keep a 3-foot wide aisleway.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Now, this is an 18-inch deep shelf. So is this. This is going to be 18-inch. This board is actually 24. Because when I put the braces up, this basically became my temporary quasi workbench for cutting wood from. As it's easier to measure 3 times and then cut once kind of deal. Same thing with finding studs. I found out that with my SUV, I can fit a 10-foot long stud from my windshield all the way to my back gate. Will fit a 10-footer. And if I want 12s, I need to go borrow my brother-in-law's trailer. But you learn these fun things when you get a tape measure and want some long boards. So
Yep.
So yeah, there's all that. So eventually the foundry will be here, and down here there are 2 3/4 ply cross braces where the turntable is going to fit. The yard's going to go around the bend. And that's why I love, and I've done this at my friend's 30x70 layout that I helped them build it. So I was taking these pictures of the progress, and then you go back a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years later, and take another photo from the same exact position. That I have these now for posterity and can do that.
Exactly.
Part of progress.
Well, you can get good ideas on what to do and what not to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is, everything is in, obviously there's always a mess.
Yeah. I mean, if you were to look behind the camera here, there's just, I guess, stuff everywhere.
Well, that's, and a level of layout until being put in service as a shelf. So,
Right. Well, even sometimes your layout's a shelf.
oh yeah,
Yeah. So
that I faced a big thing that I sell some stuff on eBay every now and then. So I had a pile
sure.
of boxes and packing material, and that was you need to clean this up if you want to build the big wall for the big peninsula. And then it got to the point the wall was there, and one whole side, I essentially couldn't get to where the workbench was because that whole area was filled with packing, bins of packing peanuts and boxes that were in collapse until it got to be the point you really have to organize this. And that's what all this is now, that it's consolidated down into things. And it's all about moving the mess and consolidating it to make it fit. Eventually the helix is going to fit here, but I need to finish laying in the sub road bed for the staging, get staging built before I can put any of the studs over top of that and kind of cover that up and build the helix there. So it's that order of operations.
No, that's very true.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's funny, as I said, I have no electrics over here. I had a very good friend of mine that is a certified electrician come over. He's helped a friend build his lab, and we brainstormed and talked about how we want to do this, and I have a good game plan going forward. I 100% did not plan for this, but when I put up the wall, I'm like, oh crap, I need to take the light bulb out of this that I did have in this scene, even though I didn't use it much, because my wall is like literally right underneath the electrical socket, the outlet for the light bulb. But
yeah, you can move that.
Yeah. But yeah, all these boxes and packing material was a big giant mess here at one point. But yeah, someday there'll be a yard there with a scale track and all that good stuff. And it's fun to take these pictures to see where you're at. These are actually Uline cardboard boxes designed for holding magazines. That when my wife and I moved from our apartment to our house, I used these to organize all of my historical society magazines, my model routers, RMCs, all that. It's all in there by year, but this is a standard size box that Uline makes, and it just made sense. So yeah.
Yep. I am looking very forward to seeing the progress.
Well, and that's the thing, I've made looking at how things went with the old layout, that in 3 years I managed to, or basically 2.5 years, I managed to, by the way, there's my workbench for now.
I see that.
As I have found that I will gain an additional 6 inches of aisle space if I go to a custom width workbench. So now that's a 2-foot wide table. I am going to turn that into a 3/4 inch thick piece of plywood that's 18 inches deep, and just put masonite on top to be the work surface, and then just swap it out when it gets bad. But that's one of 3, kind of like 2 workbenches I have in the basement for stuff piled all over the place.
Yep. No, I hear you. I did the same thing with my workbench. I got I use MDF, if that's what you call masonite.
Yeah. MDF is thick masonite. But I'm, as you can see, and I'm very confident now that I will have 90% of my upper deck bench work done by the summer.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at it was 2.5 years, and I only had that portion, but with seeing that this was a lot more achievable plan motivated me to get it done. And then and of course, there's always the fun of then building it and making it happen. That it's there's so much to do, but then it's the even Tom Jacobs, an hour a day, it'd be, hey, I get off, I'm fortunate that my usual work shift is 7 to 3:30, so I still have a partial afternoon to burn before it's time to start thinking about making dinner. That I'll go downstairs, and that could be like earlier this week, it's putting lines down on plywood to figure out where cork's going to go, or some other minutia task that will help contribute to the greater good. Those are firefly hoppers to be.
I was going to say, those are your firefly hoppers.
It's funny coming up with that concept back in September last year. I only had 3 of these, and by December I had 30. from eBay and train shows and everywhere, because I could tell my friends, if you find any cheap, let me know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's all this fun stuff, and then it's just progress, and you've been there,
right.
And that's the thing, and that's kind of where we're at right now, and we've reached the end.
Ha!
I specifically pulled this for Mike, and I hope he sees this and laughs hysterically, and then goes, "What the heck happened?" This is in York at the end of a plastic pellet company siding.
Yeah, bring them on back. Anywhere's good.
That blind shove, and they just kept shoving, and they have never fixed this. It was like this in the mid 2000s, and it's like this today.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. No, that's awesome. So first of all, John, thank you very, very much for taking the time to put this presentation program together tonight. Mike and I certainly do appreciate it, because I know it does take time to do that. And I am going to, like I said, I have all of your the Mount Vernon Shops link. I have the Pensy Technical Historical Society. I got your Facebook page on the show notes as well. And then I think you have an email address on your website.
Yes, I do.
If section crew or anyone watching this on the replay wants to go ahead and get a hold of John for decals or any of the Pensy stuff that we talked about, which I thought was really cool tonight, by all means get a hold of them through that means there. I guess, coming on the show tonight, what were your thoughts? I guess I always do this awkward thing with Mike, and so Mike's gone, so now you're my co-host now for tonight. So how was your experience here? And I guess maybe talking about like a proto-freelance model railroad design to kind of tie it all up. What would you give in terms of advice to someone who wants to design a proto-freelance layout like this? Like, what would be the one thing that you would want to impart upon someone trying this for the first time?
I hit on it earlier, and the thing is, with the freelance line, you can do literally anything you want. And again, you can go as detailed or keep it as generic as you want to go with it. Yes, prototype background does help depending on the size of what you're trying to do. But I think the biggest thing when it comes to a layout is designing something that is achievable, that will work for you, because you're the one that has to live with it. I mean, I have plenty of friends that I've consulted on my track plan, and they've given me some very valuable input. But at the end of the day, it's in my basement, and I have to live with it. And if it isn't what I wanted it to be, then sometimes drastic measures have to be taken. And I did it in this case, and I know you've done it a few times as well, that you need to really think through that this is what I want to model. Am I going to be happy with this? Can I build something with that will make me happy?
Yeah, I think that's the big play. Does it make you happy?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's really solid advice, John. So I think this one's going to go down as one of our longer shows. You might have the record.
Yeah, sorry.
No, don't apologize. It's a badge of honor. So it was really good to get to meet you tonight. And I absolutely love how, and I think this is one of the things that I was struggling with, is how you tied, like your model railroad design. It's very personal for you, right? So all of the different scenes, all of the callbacks to, you're growing up, and your experiences with your father and your friends and the different acquaintances that you've made along the way. And I just absolutely love how you've made that connection to your model railroad. I think that's one of the most important things. Otherwise, you just kind of, if you don't have that connection to it, it's it's never going to get done.
Well, and you know, it's been fun that with freight cars,
Mhm.
and I've thrown this in that when I did artwork for Rapido, when I did artwork for Spring Mills, and still do it with new stuff,
Mhm.
that sometimes if they leave road numbers open-ended, I'll throw in a number that's my birthday, my wife's birthday, my sister's birthday, the dog's birthday, you know, my dad's birthday, my graduation
right.
date from high school, you know, my wedding anniversary. With the Tuckahoe Valley, the way my roster's set up, the primary locomotive manufacturer of the Tuckahoe Valley is all Alco products. And what I know Mike would be drooling here because I did use the GVW as one of my inspirations for that.
Very
But
cool.
all of my Tuckahoe Valley power, if the locomotive was built prior to 1960, it has mostly a 3-digit number that there's a tie-in somewhere with somebody's birthday or a specific anniversary. So in the case of like the RS3s, they're only 800 series. My wedding anniversary is 801. My wedding anniversary is 815. My parents were married in August. My nephew was born in August last year. My wife was born in August. So there's unit numbers specific to dates that are significant to me. And I've done that with, you know, car numbers and repack dates and all that fun stuff. It's all part of the fun of doing a freelance that you can make it whatever you want and nobody can say it's wrong.
I absolutely love that. I think I absolutely love that. And I think Mike sent me a couple of messages off to the side after he left, and he says we got to get John back on the show.
Yeah, hopefully one day I can get my smoking jacket and my free sub coupon.
Yeah, we need to pump up your numbers to get you to the 5th to the 5 timers club. John, this has been a fantastic discussion this evening. Thank you for taking the time. And again, I popped all of those links down in the chat. They're in the description of the show notes, and then you can also find a lot of the stuff that we talked about tonight on John's Facebook page as well. So thank you so much for taking the time to do this, and thank you, section crew, for hanging in there and asking a lot of good questions tonight and being a fun and engaged audience. Really appreciate you guys coming out, you know, every other week to support us and hang out and talk about model trains. So I guess I'll have to fill in for Mike tonight. But I think the saying goes for him is, thanks, have a good night, and just keep modeling. Good night, everyone.